You see, as a trucker, I spend very long hours on the road. And oftentimes, I tend to push myself a little bit further than I need to when driving. This particular day, I've been driving and started to feel sleepy. So I stopped at Love's truck stop, just off Highway 10 and 90. I got the truck backed in and situated, then climbed to the back seat and went to sleep. When I woke up, it was about 6:45 a.m., so I headed into Love's to grab the shower and some breakfast, coffee, and got back on the road. I was headed to Sierra Vista. As I got on the roadway, the sun was just rising. One of the best things about being a truck driver is the views. Since I was a little kid, I've absolutely loved taking long road trips, and I was always fascinated about the terrain and how it changes across the U.S. I turned taking 90 south, heading towards Sierra Vista, traveling about 65 miles an hour. And just as I'm passing Cavern State Park, I see something leaping across the roadway on my left-hand side. As I got closer to it, this thing was standing in the median, looking at my truck. Then it takes one leap and clears the entire roadway. Now this is a 2-lane highway, 15 feet per lane at least, and about 8 feet on each side as a buffer. So this thing jumped damn near 40 to 50 feet. And when I say leaped, you should have seen the trajectory of this thing. It jumped up, and had I been closer, it would have easily cleared the hood of my rig. And what it looked like a giant black wolf is all I can tell you. Everything happened so fast, and I know this sounds crazy, but while it was in the air, I could have sworn as this thing took a quick glance at me. Freaked me completely the fuck out. I've heard people on these talk shows saying they go out looking for these creatures. Well, I'll tell you what I saw, no one should be looking for. The muscle mass on this thing was ridiculous. Its arms and shoulders, and I guess you would call it its thighs, were massive. And the speed.
Yes, Doc Waters, where have you been? I have been looking for you. You have only been putting out a small amount of content. Baron, you know what I'm saying, man. I just been busy trying to get my mind right. You know, we just did a big deal, bro. I did a big deal. You know, I acquired 51% of the Paranormal Media Group. And I'm excited, man, because I'm going to use it to really help people in this field, man. I really am. I'm going to do a lot to help other people, man.
Let me ask you a question. Did you pray to God before you made this decision? No, let me be specific to you. Did you pray to Jesus Christ before you made this decision?
Yeah, I sure did, man. You know, it weighed on me heavily because, you know, Baron, you know, I'm wild. It's part of me want to, you know, always wreck shop, but I don't know, man. It don't seem like the right thing to do.
Good. Then put on the full armor of God and get started again. Yes, I am headed back to Bigfoot Island to make sure that everyone gets away safely. They are surrounded by the Bigfoots, but they don't know how to get away. I'll be back soon. When I am done, I will be back to sit with you and we will talk about what is coming.
Driving for Amazon in the country of Alabama is so much more different than when I worked in Montgomery. In Montgomery, the routes are shorter with stops all over the place inside of the city. But man, when I decided to take a job working for this new warehouse that delivered out in the country, talk about wild. See, it was the greed that got the best of me. They were paying $9 more per hour, and I'm like, oh hell yeah, I will take that job any day of the week. But nobody bothered to explain to me that the stops were 10 and 15 miles apart and that I would be traveling damn near 100 miles in a freaking day, sometimes only to deliver boxes the size of my hand. Anyway, it's my last run of the day, and I'm way up north in Allison, Alabama. The sun is down and riding down Highway 53. This place is so far out in the country, honestly, if my freaking GPS would talk, it would be like, dude, you are out in the sticks, turn around, danger, turn around, danger. Nonetheless, it tells me to turn right down this road and says my destination will be up ahead on the left. Okay, so I turn down this dark road. It's got trees overhanging the road like a freaking horror movie, but I don't see no house and I don't see no mailbox. Then the road comes to a dead end. So I turn the van around, riding slowly, looking for at least a mailbox. I'm riding along and this man jumps out into the road with his hands up in the air, waving, screaming, saying, hey, are you Amazon? I drive a van with Amazon on the front, the side, and the back, and I'm thinking to myself, shit, this man looks crazy. He cannot read. What the fuck is about to go down? He tells me that he's been waiting for his generator for over a week. And I'm like, okay, so you don't want me to leave it right here in the road. Where's your house? That's when he walks over to the side of the road and opens up what looks like trees and brush, but it's an entire fence decorated to look like trees and brush. Now I'm saying to myself, oh hell no, this some Texas Chainsaw Massacre type bullshit. Who in the fuck lives like this? He tells me to drive up the driveway, so I turn and drive up this driveway. There's trees on both sides of the road. Then it opens up and I see some of the weirdest shit I've ever seen. This man's house is nice. In fact, it's absolutely beautiful. Well manicured lawn, wraparound porch with a swing, painted white. I mean, absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful. Gas lamps outside. The only problem is, this dude has crucifixes all over the place. I mean, big old crucifixes on the side of the house, little white crucifixes in the front yard. And I'm saying to myself, holy crap, I done rolled up on the end of the world cult. Let me give this man his generator and get the hell out of here. But so I pull up, open up the back of the van. Understand, this generator is heavy as hell. And he says, so you're the new Amazon guy? I'm like, yes. And he says, have you heard what happened to the old guy? I'm like, no. Now I have this heavy generator on the dolly. I'm rolling it up to his front steps. And he says, listen, I know this may be an inconvenience to you, but I tend to order a lot of stuff from Amazon. But if you deliver to my house first, you should be fine. Do not wait until after dark to deliver to my house. It's not safe. I look around, see all of these crucifixes, and honestly, I'm not trying to be a smart ass when I say this to this man, but I said, listen, based on all these damn crucifixes you got out here, this looks like the safest place in the United States. But he just smiles at me and says it keeps the evil away. Then he grabs that generator, drags it into the house, and before he closes his front door, he says, will you close the gate behind you when you leave? All you have to do is grab the 2 ropes and pull them, and it will latch automatically. So I hop in my van, drive back down that roadway, park along the road, get out, walk around. So I'm standing there for a split second, marveling at how this man has decorated his front gate. Sure enough, there are 2 ropes there. When you pull them, the gate closes, and he even has this fake foliage that protrudes all the way out and disguises the dirt road underneath it. Imagine the scene. I have to circle around the front of my van to get in and drive off. So I'm in the process of circling around when I hear this yelling, screaming, roaring growl. Scares the bejesus out of me. Hopping in the van, cranking it up, flooring it, pulling away, and when I look through that side view mirror, I swear to you, if I'm lying, I'm flying. There is a giant black wolf standing on 2 legs that walks out into the road, and it's looking at my van. I see the red reflected in its eyes. It's from my tail lights. Listen, this was the first time I delivered to the Mosley's property. The second time, I damn near had a fucking heart attack.
Gonna get a lot of dough. Anything is possible. Turn me up in the headphone. Yeah. Trying to get a lot of dough and dirt through all the obstacles, cause anything is possible. Yeah. Oh man, I got a lot of gold. Stack that bread and by my nose. Anything is possible. Yeah. Trying to get a lot of dough and dirt through all the obstacles, cause anything is possible.
Alright, fast forward. The next day, I'm off work, and the following day I go in. When I get to the warehouse, I ask my supervisor what happened to the last dude that worked my route. He answers me with this aggravated tone, asking me why, and I tell him, listen, one of the homeowners on my route alluded to something bad happening. I just want to know what's going on. The problem was my supervisor is not the straightest fork in the drawer. Dude is dumb. So he starts to ask me, what do I mean by elude? And I got to go through the process of explaining to him what the word eludes means. And once he has the understanding of exactly what I'm saying, His reply is, oh, nothing happened. But he can't look me in my eyes. So now I'm shifting my head, bending my neck, trying to look him in his eyes. And I'm like, dude, why are you lying? Even with me calling him out, he still can't look me in my eyes. And he says, look, don't worry about it. It's nothing. So a few days pass and there's no deliveries for Mr. Mosley. Then Friday comes around and he's got 2 packages. So I listen, take that shit over to his house first thing in the morning. Understand, this is way out at the end of my route. So I start there and begin working my way backwards. I get to his house, open the gate, and all those crosses in the yard, over 50 of them, are broken, thrown all over the place. Looks like no one's home. So I deliver the packages and leave. Next time I come to the house, the crosses are back in place and Mr. Mosley is sitting on the porch. I ask him how he's doing. He tells me he had a long night. Then he goes on and continues with this coded secret language talk that he had been doing the whole time, saying, you know what? You're smarter than the other gentlemen who work this route. You make adjustments. Life is all about adapting to change. Understand, he's sitting there in a chair swinging back and forth, and he's got that middle stare looking off into the distance like this man has so much crap on his mind that it's weighing him down. Get this, as I'm leaving his front porch, headed down the driveway to go back to my truck, I notice spent shotgun shells all over the front yard. Stopping, picking one of them up, I say, hey, what you been shooting at like this? That's when he replies, werewolves. But he says it so casually and calm, like nothing was wrong with the words that came out of his mouth. Now, based on what I had saw that, I figured it was the perfect time to ask him what happened to the last guy who worked this route. And he says, oh, you talking about Chris. Man, he was such a good kid, but he couldn't take it anymore. You see, Chris was hard-headed, thought he could do things his way, real stubborn. But he found out things around here don't go the way you want them to just because you think they should go that way. Now I'm poking and prodding him, trying to figure out what happens, and that's when he tells me that Chris, the last driver who had this route, had his van ran off the road by a werewolf, slammed into a tree. Now pause right here in the story for a moment because I know it sounds like a stretch. But remember, I saw this thing with my own 2 eyes. I did not want to believe that what this man was saying to me was the truth, but I had absolutely no other options based on everything that I saw. And when I say I didn't want to believe, I'm telling you, I didn't want to believe that I was driving into an area every day that when the sun went down, monsters were running around. So I decided right then and there to prove to myself that what Mr. Mosley was saying was pure and utter bullshit. I asked him, hey, do you have a way to get in contact with Chris? And he goes inside, comes back out with Chris's cell phone number written on a piece of paper. I leave, drive my route. Towards the end of the day when I deliver my last package, I call Chris on the phone, but there's no answer, and his voicemail is full. Next time I'm at the warehouse, I ask my supervisor about him again, and he gets angry, tells me to stop asking him questions about Chris. Listen, over the next few days, Mr. Mosley has no packages, so I'm just moving back and forth, going on about my business, and I'm kind of trying to put the whole situation out of my head when I get a call from an unknown number. When I answer, it's Chris, and I may have jumped down his throat too fast. And I tell him, listen, bro, I work your old route. Mr. Mosley gave me your number, told me something bad went down, and I just need to know what happened because I'm on this route. Look, Chris's response completely and totally fucked me up because the first thing he says is, have you seen the men with the military backpacks yet? And I'm like, no, I haven't seen anybody with any backpacks. And he says, good, because they are the handlers. He says, if you don't see them, then you are fine. But the moment you come in contact with them, understand, be careful what you say because they are the ones that control the werewolves. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm just telling you my story. Chris goes on to explain to me that the thing that ran his truck off the road was actually sent after him. And I'm like, by who and why? Right then and there in the middle of me asking him that question, not only does my cell phone hang up, but the damn cell phone restarts itself and goes into safe mode. Almost as if someone was telling me that I needed to get my ass off the phone with Chris. It wasn't safe. Imagine the scene. I'm there driving along in my truck thinking to myself, yo, this is some straight up cloak and dagger bullshit. I have absolutely no interest in this whatsoever. All I'm trying to do is make my deliveries and make my money. This is some bullshit. Now, When I'm done for the day, I pull back up to the warehouse, get out, head inside, and I'm debating in my mind if I should talk to my boss about this at all. But I'm kind of pissed off because I'm feeling like, listen, bro, you got me out here hanging. Like, you could have told me there was some weird, crazy shit going on. So I confront him and I say, hey, boss, listen, I talked to Chris, who used to work here, and I'm confused because I'm trying to figure out why you didn't take some time to explain to me that there's some X-Files conspiracy going on with this route. That's when he finally pulls me into his office, closes the door, and says, look, drive your fucking route and shut up. I don't need them people coming back in here messing with us, bro. All you need to do is drive your route. If there's a problem at the Mosley house, go in the daytime and you will be fine. Don't go over to that house at night and you shouldn't have any issues. But hold on, for you listening to the story, I need you to understand something. You see, I'm standing there feeling played because he knew this shit from the time I was hired. He knew all this shit from the time he gave me Chris's route. So that wasn't going to work for me, man. Dude, you sent me into harm's way. Those were the exact words that came out of my mouth. Bro, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you, but you sent me into harm's way with no warning. I don't even feel like I can trust you. I don't know if I even want to keep this job at this point in time. Understand, the words that came out of my mouth wasn't so much about expressing myself or just getting it off my chest. I was dead serious. And he could tell, like I was angry, wanted to do something to him. That's when he looks at me, he says, you know what? So you talked to Chris, right? And I'm like, yeah, I talked to Chris. And he says, next time you talk to Chris, ask him why he didn't do what he was told to do. He says, no, you see, Chris watched too many sci-fi movies. He wanted to be a fucking hero, and he caused us all kind of problems at this warehouse. My boss puts it all in perspective for me. He says, you and I are a hell of a lot alike, and you need to listen to me. You see, I want to pay my bills, and you want to pay your bills. You took this job because of the raise, and that's the only reason why you took it. Be honest with yourself. Same reason why I took the managerial job was because of the raise. And what happened to Chris? Chris brought it upon himself. As long as you understand that, you will be fine. Listen, now that I understood exactly what the hell was going down, I wasn't trying to be in the middle of none of that crap. So I continued working my route, making Mr. Mosley's house my first stop, and then working my way back all the way to the warehouse. A month passes with absolutely no issues whatsoever. Then I'm driving up the road, headed to Mr. Mosley's house, and I notice these two unmarked vans down at the very end of the road where you gotta turn around and it makes a dead end. I get out, open the gate, drive up in the driveway, and Mr. Mosley is outside boarding up broken windows. And I'm like, Mr. M, what the hell is going on? But he quickly turns his head in my direction and begins waving, telling me, hey, everything's okay, just leave fast. I'm walking up to his porch with his package, trying to talk to him, and this guy comes walking around the side of the house. 6'7", slender, bald-headed, cargo pants on, black t-shirt, side arm on his right leg. This guy not only looks like he's the part of some type of military organization, but he looks like a badass motherfucker who's a part of some type of military organization. I'm telling you, it was the way that this man walked that let you know immediately, nope, I'm not fucking with him. Because he walks around that corner, comes all the way up to the steps of the porch where I'm at, and he says, have you made your delivery yet? Not only was it the way he walked, but it was his tone of voice. Everything about this dude just oozed. I will fuck you up in a heartbeat. I don't know why I did this, but you know how it is when you know somebody's trying to punk you and you can't really do anything about it, but you want them to know that you kind of not afraid of them. So I'm slowly putting the package on the ground, looking up at him, and he says, drop the package before I fuck you up and leave. Now imagine the scene. I done dropped those two packages right there on the third step. I'm backing away from him, and I'm like, yo, Mr. M, you okay? You need anything? Is everything all right? And he reluctantly looks back and tells me he's fine. So I leave, finish my route. Another month passes, and this man has not had a package ordered whatsoever. And understand, Mr. Moses was the kind of guy who had 3-4 deliveries per week. But all of a sudden, nothing. So much so that I have to shift my route back to being a normal route. And it kind of gets to the point to where I completely forget about Mr. Mosley. Then one day I pull up to the warehouse, I'm checking the logs, and sure enough, I got a delivery from him. I'm actually excited because I kind of want to know what the hell happened when I left. So I head on over to the house, and when I get there, the fence is no longer camouflaged and disguised. There's an actual mailbox right there off the road, and the fence itself is open. Now I'm driving up the driveway. The house is painted blue. The crosses are gone. I park the van, take the package out, and as I'm walking up to the steps, I realize, wait, this is Mr. Moses' address, but this package is not addressed to him. So I decide to knock on the door. Amazon, this lady comes to the door. When I ask her about Mr. Mosley, she says that the previous renter died and that her and her daughter had just moved in and they were excited about renting this house. Listen, I'm standing there looking at this lady saying to myself, what the fuck do you mean Mr. Mosley died? Listen, I asked her how Mr. Mosley died, and she explains to me that she didn't know. She just saw the house for rent and decided to rent it. And when she came and did the walkthrough, the gentleman who showed her the house told her that the previous renter recently died. Now this is where it gets scary for me. Now this right here is where it gets scary for me. I leave. I'm driving up the road, headed back to Highway 53, and two black vans block the road, and the same dude who I saw on the porch gets out, walks up to the driver's side door, and says, Mr. Johnson, you know what happens to curious cats, right? They start to lose their 9 lives. I throw my hands up in there. I said, listen, bro, I don't know what's going on, but whatever y'all doing, y'all do. I'm just trying to make my money. Understand, this man is staring at me with death in his eyes. And he says, I'm glad you and I have an understanding. Be careful, Mr. Johnson. Then they allow me to leave. Another 2 months pass and I don't have another delivery for that address. Then when one comes and I go to the house, there's another person living there. And I ask about the previous renter and they say that they moved and left all of their furniture in the house. When I get back to the warehouse, there's this fine ass white girl, I mean yoga fine, has access to the entire database. She knows where every package has come from and where every package is going. Now get this, I buy her lunch and ask her for a favor. I wanted to know exactly how many different people ordered packages to that particular address. She agrees to look it up for me while we sit there and have lunch. It turns out that every 3 to 5 months, it looked like someone new moved into that house. Now, straight up, I'm not telling you that I know what the fuck is going on, but I'm just telling you what I saw. I tried to call Chris back and just hold the conversation about the whole situation again, but it kept going to voicemail. So here's what I think, and it's only based on what I've seen. Those people are doing some kind of training or experimentation right there on that property. Understand, I still drive that exact same route. I still go to that house. And in the past 9 months, there have been 4 new residents that have lived there. Listen, I don't know what type of training it is or the purpose of it or who's behind it. But all I can tell you is what I saw and what I think is going on. You decide the rest for yourself.
Tiki Hama, oh what you are, reaches near and reaches far, from white-capped mountains to crystal lakes, sing out loud for Tiki's sake.
There be werewolves in these mountains. That's exactly what the camp counselor said while we are all sitting around the fire at summer camp. Did I believe him? Hell no. Was he right? You bet your ass he was. We're 2 weeks in the summer camp. It's fishing day, and all the campers in the camp have certain times of day that they go fishing, kind of like a class schedule, where our time is from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. And just so you understand how our camp was set up, it's based on the south shore of a lake. On the north side of that lake is a mountain range. On the east and the west is nothing but woods. Now, before I tell a story, Do not bother asking me the name of this camp because it's still operational, and there is absolutely no way I'm telling you this location because I don't want some crazy retard going to the camp, provoking these things, and God forbid, causing someone's child to come up missing. Now, with that being said, these events are etched into my mind forever. We're there in canoes on the lake. It is a total of 10 kids and 3 counselors. There are 4 kids and 1 counselor in one canoe, 4 kids and 1 counselor in a second canoe, and then there is myself, Fat Billy, and Kevin, my favorite counselor, in another canoe. Now, a little bit about Kevin. Kevin literally looked like Patrick Swayze. Had that same flowing, beautiful hair. And when I tell you that I looked up to this dude, I thought he was the coolest person on the planet. Every girl in camp and every female counselor was swooning over him. Like I said, it's me and Fat Billy in the boat with him. We're fishing on the north end of the lake when Kevin says he has to pee, and so we paddle the boat over to the shore. He hops up and runs into the woods. I remember the sun was in the process of going down. He was taking forever. I'm standing up in the canoe looking for him, saying, how long does it take for this dude to pee? That's when Billy and I hear this combination of a growling, barking sound coming from in the woods. But it's not normal. It's loud. I mean stupid loud. Then there's this growl, and I see Patrick Swayze come running full speed out of the woods. He dives into the water, pulls the anchor rope that is attached to our canoe, ties it around his chest, and starts to swim like Jaws is in the water chasing him. Looking back over his shoulder, screaming, paddle the boat, paddle the boat. Like I told you, it's just me and Fat Billy in this canoe. I started paddling because I thought Patrick Swayze was the coolest person on the planet. And if he was scared of something in those woods, then I knew that I needed to be afraid. So now I'm paddling, but Fat Billy is sitting there twiddling his thumbs. And when I say he's fat, we are 13 years old. Billy is fat and weighing down the boat. Listen, we had to be about 45, 50 yards away from shore, and then this growling starts and the echo bounces up and down off the water. The most frightening thing I have ever heard. The rest of the campers and the counselors start trying to get off the water. Some of them going east and some of them going west, but Patrick Swayze is literally swimming the length of this lake, dragging us all the way back to camp. When we finally get back to the boat launch, he is exhausted, crawls out of the water, and just lays on the ground. Imagine the scene. He's laying there, hair all messed up, chest pumping, breathing hard, and he tells me and Billy to go back to our bunks. Now, over the next few days, I'm looking for Kevin, but he ain't nowhere to be found. So I'm asking what's going on, what happened, nobody answers the questions. Get this, the following year, we come back to camp. We're there for about 2.5, 3 weeks, and then all of a sudden, they send everybody home. I mean, call everybody's parents to come pick us up. And I remember riding in the car with my parents on the way home, them talking about something about a forest fire. The following year, I come back to the camp, there's no issues. The year after that, no issues. The year after that, no issues. That next year, I decide that I'm going to take a job as a counselor at the camp. We're there having a camp counselors meeting before the kids arrive. The director is going through his protocol about how to make sure the kids are safe and blah, 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 blah. And I ask him about taking the kids fishing, and he looks at me and says, hell no, we will not be doing that. When the other counselors inquire about why, he goes into the story of what happened to Kevin. Explains to them how Kevin was out on a canoe fishing with 2 kids on the north side of the lake, went into the woods. And understand, this is my first time hearing this whole story. He went into the woods to take a pee, realized that he had to do more than pee, leaned his back up against a tree, pulled his pants down, took a poop. When he stood back up and started working his way back to the lake, he heard something moving, then realized that there was a large animal running towards him. It stops, stands up on 2 legs, and does this barking growl. Scares the hell out of Kevin. He takes off running, dives into the water, grabbing the rope, and swimming all the way back to camp with 2 little kids. The camp director is telling the story. The look on his face is as serious as a heart attack. but all the other counselors are sitting there laughing like it's a game. Then they ask him about what happened to Kevin, and he explains that the very following morning, Kevin got up, got into his pickup truck, and drove away. They didn't hear anything about him and had not seen Kevin ever since. Again, these guys are all sitting there cracking jokes, being disrespectful, until I explained to them that I was one of the kids inside of the canoe that Kevin was dragging. And that's when they realized that the director was not bullshitting. Then he goes on to explain to everyone what he called the werewolf protocol. He said the following year, after Kevin had that incident, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and something came into camp that was massive. He looked out of the window and saw it, and it looked exactly like a werewolf. It was walking around, stalking, and peeking through the cabin windows at the children. Now, listen, right there in his office, I came to the realization as to why they shut down camp years ago when I was a kid. There was no damn threat of a fire. One of those things came into the camp. Listen, the director tells them he's made modifications to the camp to ensure that it doesn't happen again. But they still didn't take him seriously. Now, by modifications, what he meant was the entire camp was lit up at night. I'm talking about lit up like a high school football field. There was not a space or spot around that camp that you had to visit at night that was not lit up. The only problem was it really destroyed the ambiance of being like at camp in the woods. So a couple of weeks after the kids get this, late at night, all us counselors are up and we decide we're going to go down to the lake, light a fire, have some beers, smoke some marijuana, hang out and chill, right? We're there, the fire's lit, everybody's drinking, laughing, having fun, and I hear what sounds like something moving in the trees to the left of me. I mention it to everyone and they write it off. 5 minutes later, it sounds like something huge is jumping from tree to tree coming around the lake on the right side of us. And I stand up telling them, listen, I think it's time for us to go back into the light and get away from this area. But none of them want to listen, so I leave them there. Head back to my bunk, lay down, go to sleep. 2:30, 3 o'clock rolls around, they come barging into the door, eyes wide open, acting crazy, saying that something tried to sneak up on them from the water, and it was big and hairy. All of these counselors are looking at me for answers, and I tell them, you've already been warned about what the fuck is out here. There is nothing that I can do for you. I turn over and go back to sleep. I remember this super clear. It was exactly 14 days after that happened at the boat launch that the director shut the camp down. Why, you ask? Because he was doing one of his routine morning checks. He's walking around, checking a facility, and realizes that the entire circuit box that controlled the gigantic lights out there has been ripped off the wall and is gone. When I tell you, he walked into our bunk, told us to go to our assigned children and tell them to start packing all of their shit because he is shutting the camp down because there are no lights. This man was serious. Everybody was leaving that camp by nightfall. And when I say everybody, I mean everybody, even kids whose parents he couldn't get in contact with. He took them home with him. That's how serious this man was about the things that were going on around that camp. Listen, after that, I went off to college and started working on getting my degree. I know for a fact that that camp is still there. I know for a fact that he still directs that camp. But I can tell you one damn thing for sure. If it's open when I have kids, there's no way in hell my children are going to that camp. No way in hell.
So I see that you are back here for a Dark Waters live stream again. Yes, if you do not know, this is the live stream from Dark Waters Radio. There are hundreds of hours of content here for you to listen to. All you have to do is Google Dark Waters Radio. Yes, you can find it on the Paranormal app, or if you are a member, the radio is playing 24/7 at the website.
My Dogman encounter happened on my 19th birthday, which is why I could never forget these events. It was supposed to be a wonderful day. My parents were out of town in Hawaii. I had the house to myself. My girlfriend and I were going to go swimming in the pool, then hang out at home alone. Then it all went straight downhill. And while that day was rolling and sliding and grinding downhill, it got slammed and smashed against rocks and trees and ended up a twisted wreck of all my hopes and dreams. Imagine the scene. My parents leave the day before. So that night, I'm home alone, get some sleep, get up early. My plan is to ride into town, get some burgers, fries, soda, chips, snacks for the two of us. Simultaneously while I'm doing that, my girlfriend is supposed to be waking up early to bake me a birthday cake. The plan was for me to head on over to her house at 12 noon, pick her up, and then we head back over to my place. Now that you understand how the day was supposed to go, let me tell you exactly how it went. I'm out of the door at 9:30 a.m. headed to the store. I'm driving in my dad's truck, get to the store, park it away from every other car because my dad is a fanatic about his truck. Go into the store, get my stuff, come back out. There was a scratch on this man's pickup truck that goes from the front driver's side wheel well all the way to the freaking driver's side door. This is not a normal scratch. This is almost as if someone took a basket and rubbed it against my dad's vehicle on purpose. Imagine the scene. I'm standing there in the parking lot with those plastic bags in my hand, looking at this scratch saying, holy crap. If my father sees this, he is going to flip out and blow his wig. So now I'm inside the vehicle, sitting there calling the insurance agent, telling him what happened, and the insurance agent explains to me that my father has a $250 deductible, so it will only cost me $250 to get this scratch fixed. I go on to explain to him that my dad is out of town, I was driving his vehicle, I have $250, but this scratch needs to be repaired within the next 5 days. He clicks over, calls one of his friends who owns a body shop, tells that guy that I need to have this done immediately, and they go about making the arrangements for me to take that truck over to them this very same day. Now, in my mind, the problem solved. I just got to figure out how I'm going to get his truck over there and get a ride back. But nonetheless, my girlfriend Emma is supposed to be with me in a few hours, so I'm thinking, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to head back home, take these groceries, put them in the refrigerator, go over to Emma's house, pick her up. Emma's going to drive my mom's car. I'm going to drive the truck. We're going to drop it off at the shop, come back, and have a fun day. Nope. Because when I go over to Emma's house and I knock on the front door, her parents are in the middle of having one of those arguments. I'm talking about one of those furniture moving arguments. You can hear it outside of the house. Imagine a scene. I'm ringing the doorbell, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, and I hear her dad screaming. That door swings open, and this man has rage in his eyes. Now pause right here in the story. I don't know if you ever been in a situation where you was dating the man's daughter, and then he comes to the door angry at his wife with rage in his eyes, and you're the first thing that he sees. All I'm explaining to you is this. That is not a situation you want to be in. He comes storming out of the door, bumps my shoulder, walks outside, circles around the front of the house. Emma comes out of the front door holding the cake, smiling, and as she's coming through the threshold of the door, her mother comes barging out, bumping into her, knocking the cake out of her hand. It slams on the ground. Her mom is in hot pursuit of her dad. I'm watching the cake fall. Emma's eyes are instantly filling up with tears. The next thing I know, she is screaming at her parents, calling them childish and immature because they are always arguing and can't get along, and she tells them they are better off if they are divorced. Understand, my birthday cake that she just made is laying there flat on the ground outside of the house. The plate that it was on is broken on the ground. I'm thinking me and Emma need to pick this up and clean it up, but she doesn't care. She walks out to go get inside of the vehicle and says, come on, let's go. And so now the two of us are in my mom's car. I done already did enough damage to my dad's vehicle. I'm scared to even drive it. We drive away from my house, head up the road. She is screaming, angry, crying, going through all of these freaking emotions and having a meltdown. Now understand, the area that we live in is extremely rural, and I want to comfort her. So I see this little dirt road that turns off into the woods right off the highway. So I turn off the highway onto that dirt road, pull the vehicle to a stop, hop out, walk around the front side of the vehicle, open the door, pull her out of the car and hug her, trying to get her to calm down. I'm standing there holding Emma. She's crying like a little baby, saying she's so tired of the way her parents behave and that they get on her nerves and that she just wished that the two of them would divorce. I'm standing there holding her, listening to this, and my eyes catch a glimpse of movement in the woods. Again, so you'll understand everything that's going on. The driver's side door of my mother's car is open. The car is still running. The passenger side door of my mother's car is open. The two of us are standing in between the space between the open passenger side door. Her back is to the woods. I am facing the woods. I am looking over the hood of the car and into those woods, and I see movement. And then my eyes lock in on what looks like another set of eyes in the trees. Initially, I'm like, okay, this has been a traumatic day. Now you're in the woods and you're seeing things. Then those eyes look to the left and then look to the right, then look back at me, and I realize that these are real eyes. So now I'm focusing in, trying to figure out what the hell this is, and I start to make out the shape of a head, ears, and a snout. And so now I'm thinking to myself, okay, this looks like a giant wolf head. That's what's going through my mind. This looks like a giant wolf head. She is crying and sobbing and wetting up my shirt. And then this thing does something that leaves absolutely no doubt. It pushes his head through the tree limbs and leaves and literally shows me its face. And when I tell you, I see a long snout, I see the ripples on the snout, I see these yellow eyes with a black pupil, and these sharp pointy ears, and it's just looking at me. Our eyes are locked right then and there for a solid 3 seconds, and now I understand that there is something there looking at us. Understand, this is a delicate situation. Emma is there having a meltdown, and I'm looking at a freaking werewolf. So I grab her by her shoulders, turn her body, slide her into the vehicle, close the door, and now So now I'm walking around the front of the vehicle with my hands up in the air saying, listen, Wolfman, I don't know what the hell you are or where you came from, but I'm sorry if I interrupted whatever you're doing, but I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I keep saying I'm leaving. I'm leaving all the way until I get into the vehicle and put it in reverse and back out of there. Understand, I've backed the vehicle back out onto the road. I'm driving away and Emma is looking at me like I have lost my mind. But we spend the rest of that time riding in silence. I could not wrap my thoughts around what I just saw, and you add in all the rest of the drama for the day. It was absolutely too much for me. So we get to my parents' house. I hop in my dad's truck, drive it over to the repair shop, which just so happens to be 18 miles away, turn around, drive my mother's vehicle back to the house, and by the time I get home, man, I am wore out and tired. I done forgot it's my 19th birthday. In fact, I don't even care that it's my birthday. All I want to do is lay down and take a nap. And if it wasn't for Emma, I tell you, this would have been my worst birthday ever. But she took all the stuff that I had bought, cooked us burgers, made me go outside and hang out at the pool, eat the food, we listened to music and laughed and joked around. A couple of hours later, the two of us fall asleep watching TV on the sofa. We wake up the next morning, have some breakfast, and chill. Now here's the messed up thing about the whole situation. Emma stayed with me for 3 straight days and her parents didn't call her looking for her or didn't even seem worried about her. Not once. Now, as far as my dad's truck goes, it didn't get fixed in time. So I had to fess up and man up and tell him exactly what happened. I'm expecting this man to spaz out and lose it, but he doesn't seem mad at all. He just says, you paid the deductible? And I tell him yes. It's in the shop? And I tell him yes. He says, okay, well, whenever it comes out, just let me know. Now talk about being surprised. He completely caught me aback with this one. But I think I know exactly what happened. You see, him and my mom had an entire week to play house together. So I really think my dad was in a good mood. He didn't really give a damn about that truck.
Wanna see you with your hands up. Going straight to the sky, let me see you put your hands up. Cause we do till we die and we on another level. To the rest, wave goodbye, put baguettes in the benzo.
Man, I'm ashamed to even mention how I ended up in this situation all alone, dazed and confused. What made it worse was I saw two of these things, man. But let me take you back to how it all started. It was my friend Willis, yes, a white boy named Willis, who came over to my house blowing his horn at 9 p.m. to pick me up. Willis, who liked to be called Will for short because people constantly made fun of him, was God's gift to mechanics. The kind of person who grew up with a wrench in his hand and could fix anything, a lawnmower, a motorbike, a car, you name it, he just knew how to fix it. So when it came down to cars, they were his first love. And he was a true speed demon behind the wheel. So when he got his hands on a 1967 classic Chevy Corvette, just for pennies on the dollar, and started working on it, I already knew he was going to be a monster on the highway. That night, he picks me up in that Corvette, and he's done put all kind of money under the hood and into the suspension of this car. But the seats are still crappy, and the paint job looked like something from a zombie apocalypse movie. But let me tell you, when this boy hit the gas, man, felt like you were flying on a rocket ship. Next thing I know, the two of us are speeding down the highway, headed to where everyone meets to race. Will is out of his body with excitement because he has a race set up for $5,000. I'm sitting in the passenger seat looking at him saying, bro, could you please slow down? You're driving way too freaking fast. Take it easy. If you keep driving like this, we're not even going to make it to the race. 10 minutes later, we pull up to the spot. There are people everywhere outside. It's a party. Races are going down. He is sitting there waiting on the guy that he's supposed to race. In the meantime, I run into this girl named Kimberly. Now, hold on. Let me explain something to you about Kimberly. Kimberly was half white, half Asian. But she was just the right amount of Asian to make her look exotic. Imagine the scene. She's got on a crop top, short shorts, long, fine, thick legs with wedge shoes on that make her look like she's 6'4". I am hitting on her. We start having drinks, having a wonderful time. Next thing you know, the two of us end up in the back of my partner Brian's van. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Brian. Brian had been rolling with us since we were kids. And Brian was a speedster as well. But he had taken all of his money and dumped it into this van. I'm telling you, man, this thing was a hotel on wheels, but it was fast. So now Brian and Will are off trying to get this race squared away, waiting on the guy to come. And me and Kelly are in the back of his van getting it on. I'm getting sloppy drunk. She's getting sloppy drunk. It's going down. I'm about to be knee deep in the shepherd's daughter when the police pull up. And I ain't talking about one cop car, two cop cars. We talking about 12, 13 police cars show up. The two of us are in the back of the van, half naked. I see the lights, hear the siren. She jumps out of the back of the van and starts running while she's pulling her pants up. I hop into the front seat and start to pull off. Understand, movies mimic real life, and real life sometimes mimics movies. But I'm saying to you, if you've ever seen a movie scene where there are a bunch of kids out there racing cars and the police pull up and everybody skirts off trying to get away from the police, that is real. The one rule we have as racers is that when the cops come, we flee. We do not stop and let them arrest us. No. No matter what you are doing, your job is to flee. So now I'm behind the wheel of Brian's van, peeling out, and this thing is an oversized rocket ship. I'm trying to position myself between all of the rest of the cars to get back to the main street, but a cop car cuts me off, forcing me to go down this dirt road. Now pause right here in the story. I've been down this road before. I knew exactly where it took me to, so I am flying down this dirt road, doing no less than 85 miles an hour. It's bumpy and I'm moving. Looking through the rearview mirror, that cop car who had cut me off looks as if it's turning to go in a different direction to chase after someone else, but I'm not taking any chances. Up ahead in this road is a curve, and as you come out of that curve, you come up to another paved roadway. If I can get on that road and make a right and hit the gas, within 3 miles, I will be on the interstate, and I'm telling you, there is nothing that the police can do. Mind you, I have been drinking. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm drunk. I'm coming around that curve. And listen, dude, I see the distance in height between the dirt road and the paved road. And in my mind, I'm taking my foot off the gas and hitting the brake so I can hit that roadway, come on top, slam on the brakes, cut the wheel, spin, and go. But no. I was drunk. And so instead of hitting the brakes, I hit the gas. Next thing you know, I'm flying through the air, over the road, and into the trees on the other side. This van is laying on its side with the driver's side door up in the air. There is a gigantic log that has penetrated the windshield with no condom. I'm dazed, half in and half out, coming to the understanding that I'm bleeding from my head. Now pause right here in the story and let me say this to you. I'm only sharing with you what I remember. I am not coming to any conclusions. I am not sure if what I experienced was something spiritual because I was halfway dead, or if what I experienced was something physical. So I'm just sharing with you what happened. You decide, you help me, because I have no freaking clue. But here's what I know had happened. I am there, suspended, laying sideways in that van, bleeding out of my head. I can feel pain in my arms, pain in my neck, pain in my back, and that log, which had penetrated the front windshield, gets yanked out of the windshield. And when I say yanked, it was almost as if someone had pulled a toothpick out of a steak. The next thing I know, I'm going unconscious again, and when I wake back up, there is no windshield in front of me, and what I am looking at looks like a freaking werewolf. We are face to face. This thing is down on all fours. Its head is inside of the van, sniffing me, man, sniffing me. Next thing I know, something or someone, still not sure, snatches it, grabs it, and pulls it back, pissing this thing off so much so that it bumps its head on the way back out of the vehicle. I hear it growl and snarl, and then I pass back out again. Listen, I can't tell you how long I was out, but I come back to consciousness again. I see what looks like gigantic dog legs walking back and forth in front of that open space of the windshield. Again, I am in a van. It is turned on its side. These legs are big enough to fill up damn near the entire space from the dashboard to the ceiling. Next thing I know, I pass out again, and when I come through, I am in the back of an ambulance, handcuffed, headed to the hospital. Now, when I get to the hospital, I wake back up again. I got stitches in my head. I'm handcuffed to the bed. There are police there talking to me, and they're asking me questions about who else was in the vehicle with me. I tell them I was in the vehicle alone. I'm thinking to myself, bro, this is not my first rodeo. I'm not about to tell y'all nothing. But they insist that someone else had to be in the vehicle with me. So now I'm insisting that no one was there. They're telling me they have samples of my blood and my blood alcohol levels are high, which I didn't give them permission to draw my blood, but nonetheless, this is what they do. They're trying to leverage that against me for a DUI, and I'm like, whatever, bro, I'm not lying to you, nobody was there. That's when one of the officers proceeds to explain to me that someone else had to have been there because the front windshield had been neatly taken out and laid next to a tree. Then, on top of that, the driver's side door had literally been wedged open and ripped off the vehicle and sat right next to that windshield. I'm telling him, sir, there was no one else in the vehicle with me. I don't know what's going on. I have no clue what the hell you are talking about. I ended up getting locked up for 6 months because that wasn't my first rodeo with the police, and that damn sure wasn't my first accident. Listen, while I'm inside, my cellmate, who has somehow smuggled a phone inside the prison, is talking about this dude named Dark Waters who was paying people in prison for their prison stories. So now we are sitting in our cell listening to a Dark Waters story about these dogmen, and I tell him, bro, I have seen something like that. So the first thing I did when I got out was reach out and tell this story. Not because I want attention, not because I want money. I haven't even received a dime. I'm just trying to figure out if what I saw was real or if I was half dead and there was some kind of demon coming for me, and I haven't been able to figure it out. What do you think? Before I start the story, let me say this. I knew about Dogman before I ever heard of a Dogman encounter. In fact, I knew about Dogman before I even knew it was called Dogman. Because my grandmother here in the Appalachians used to call it the wolf of the fog. I distinctly remember her saying, boy, when it's foggy outside, stay out of them woods. And her going on to explain to me that there were multiple things in the woods that would take you when you least expected it. Now, as I grew older and became a man and started spending time in the woods hunting, her words began to fade away. And you know how it is, man. I was 23 years old in the prime of my youth, and I thought I was invincible. Well, turns out, I was just stupid. Because this particular morning, I'm not in my right mind. My girlfriend and I having a spat. She's on some next level crazy foolishness. Just arguing because she needs attention. We spent the previous night on the phone with her just aggravating and digging at me for no reason whatsoever. And in turn, I didn't get much sleep. Now imagine the scene. I'm restless. It's 6:30 in the morning and she calls me again, telling me that she wants to come over because we need to talk. And I'm not sure if you ever found yourself in a situation where you just wanted to flee, run and get away. That's how I was. I just wanted to get away from it all. And my solace when everything was going wrong in my life has always been the woods. However, when I open my front door and walk outside, it's this dense fog everywhere. But like I told you before, I wasn't in my right mind. So I just keep walking, trapped in thoughts, not thinking about anything except for why in the hell is she acting this way. A few minutes later, I cross the road and walk into the woods. And I want to be clear with you. Walking into these woods, even though it was foggy, wasn't scary to me at all. These woods across the street from my house were my second home. So I'm just walking along the trail. I've been on this trail for years, could walk it and find it with my eyes closed. Even traveled this thing at night, never had an issue finding my way back home. Now, I get no more than 300 to 400 yards along that trail in the fog. And the same fog which was just sitting there resting in the air, I notice it starts to roll and move. But there's no wind blowing. Understand, it's strange and spooky, but we live in the mountains. And these mountains have updrafts and downdrafts that cause the fog to rise and fall. And there are even times where you're in the woods and you will literally see a wall of fog rolling down the mountain through the trees coming in your direction. Now, for somebody who's not used to it, it looks like freaking Armageddon is heading your way. However, for somebody like me, it's just a part of life. And the reason why I tell you that is because I want you to understand why I just kept walking, thinking nothing of it as this fog began to swarm me. But then something happens that forces me out of that mental state of confusion and quickly snaps me back into reality. Because I begin to hear these voices in the woods. And by voices, I don't mean people talking, I just mean whispering. It's not quite loud enough for me to make out what's being said, but it's just loud enough for me to know that something is being said. Then seconds after I hear that whispering, I hear a twig snap. The sound is loud, off in the distance, but at the same time it gives me chills. Like the skin on my arm is like chicken skin. Those little bitty bumps are everywhere. Now, I want to reiterate to you again, I've been in the woods my whole life. These woods are like my home, and I know when the woods feel bad. And it doesn't necessarily mean something's bad in the woods, it just means the woods feel bad. And all of a sudden, they feel bad. So I decide, you know what? I'm turning around and headed back home. Now, imagine a scene. Now I'm working my way back home, and this feeling of doom comes over me. And by doom, this feeling like I'm about to die comes over me. And I need you to understand, this emotion and feeling is completely alien to me. I've never been in the woods and felt like I was going to die for no freaking reason. In fact, the only time in my life where I ever felt this type of doom and dread, it was when I was drinking and driving my pickup truck. Went around this curve, flipped that truck over, and started to slide on the highway, and the only thing that saved my life was the guardrail. Had that guardrail broken, my truck would have tumbled 500 something feet, and I would have died a fiery death. And the feeling that I was having in the woods at that moment was equivalent to the feeling that I had during that accident. And it didn't make any sense to me at all in that moment. Like I said, it's foggy outside. I'm working my way back home, walking down this trail, when something darts past me and I get a quick glimpse, and it's a deer. Seconds later, another deer, then another deer, then another deer. All of them running past me. One running so close, I could reach out and touch it. A coyote comes running up behind me, darts off to my right, looks me in the eye as it's running past me. And now, all of a sudden, I find myself standing there confused, my mind trying to process the information that's being given to it. I'm thinking, okay, all these animals are fleeing the woods. What in the world could make them run like this? Bear, a coyote, a wolf, a fox, a bear, a coyote, a wolf, a fox. You know how slot machines have those images on it, right? You pull the handle and it's got like cherries and grapes and numbers, and it rolls and it scrolls and it circles and it circles, and as it slows down you start to see these different symbols. Well, that's kind of what's going on in my mind. Images are rolling through my mind and I'm trying to process and figure out what in the world could be causing this. Now, I need you to understand, to be clear with you, I hadn't even realized that I stopped walking. My brain is processing every piece of information about the woods that I've experienced since I was a child. And I cannot come up with any solution to this problem. Then I hear my grandmother's voice in the back of my head saying, there are things in that fog that will take you when you least expect it. Listen, when I tell you an alarm goes off in my body, warning, warning, danger, danger, warning, warning, danger, danger. Dude, my feet start running without me even thinking about it. Now I'm running full speed up that trail, my mind only thinking about getting out of these woods and getting home. About 5 minutes later, I emerge out of the woods, make a sharp right, and run across the street to my front porch. Imagine the scene. I'm standing there on the front porch looking back at the woods. The fog is rolling over the road, and I'm trying to figure out what the hell is going on, and I see birds, a flock of birds flying through the fog, coming out of the woods, and that was it. I knew deep down inside in my heart that something horrific was coming through those woods. I just didn't know what it was. A moment later, a black bear appears right at the edge of the tree line, rooting around in the grass. Moments later, a black bear appears right at the edge of the tree line. It's rooting around, sniffing, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, all right, that makes sense. This black bear is out hunting, and that explains what I was feeling, right? Hell no. Wrong. 120% wrong. Because that bear is standing there sniffing around, then it turns around and stands up on two legs, facing the woods, and begins to roar like it is warding off something. That's when I see with my own two eyes this gigantic black furry dog the size of 2 1/2 of those black bears emerge from the woods and in one freaking motion hit that bear, send it tumbling backwards into the road. Then as the bear is tumbling, this thing launches itself into the air, lands and bites down on that bear's neck. Now, let me pause right here and explain something to you. I know there are a lot of people who share stories that are untrue. I understand why they do it. They want to be popular. They want to be liked. They want to be loved. Listen, I don't give a damn about Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. I don't care about none of that. In fact, the only internet I have is on my cell phone, and that's spotty based on the location that I'm in. So when I tell you what I saw, I'm not telling you this because I'm trying to win some popularity contest. I'm telling you this because this scared the living hell out of me. It bites a bear on the neck, wiggles its head, breaks that bear's neck, and then walks off on all fours, dragging that bear like it was absolutely nothing. Goes back uphill and into those woods. Listen to me when I tell you I couldn't believe my own eyes. I couldn't believe my own freaking eyes. So I waited 2 hours until the fog began to lift, walked up the road, and I had to put my fingers in that blood for myself just to see if I was hallucinating. And when my fingers touched this bear's blood, I realized that the things in the mountains that my grandmother told me about were 100% true. That's the end of my story. But that's not the end of the knowledge that my grandmother passed on to me. You see, I thought a lot of the things she told me were like old wives' tales, things that they used to talk about while they were knitting and sewing clothes. Oh, no, 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 no. In my mind, if that thing was real, then it meant that the giant trees that she told me about that could get up and walk and move were real. It meant that the giant men, not Bigfoots, but the giant men that lived in the Appalachian Mountains were real. It meant that everything that my grandmother ever shared with me, everything she had ever warned me about, was real. That's what I'm having trouble digesting even till this day. And me sharing this story with you is just a part of me coming to terms with I don't know anything at all. Everything I thought to be true is wrong. Listen, after what me and my brother experienced, this was my last time going elk hunting. I never ever was able to actually adjust to being in the woods again. But let me take you back to the beginning. My brother and I have been hunting since we were 9 years old. Got turned on to elk hunting in our early 20s. And for his 35th birthday, we decided to go to New Mexico on an elk hunting expedition. And listen, when I tell you the events of this trip, I will absolutely never forget. I won't, because it changed the way I see the world entirely. Now, this expedition cost us $8,000 and it gave us access to private land. In fact, 3,500 acres of private land in New Mexico. The way it worked was you hop on a plane, rent a car, head to the area, and they take you out, drop you off in the woods for 3 days, leaving you with a GPS phone and a GPS tracker. If you needed to leave for any reason, you were supposed to call them using that GPS phone, and they guaranteed that they will be there within an hour to extract you, no matter what time, day or night. Look, this is how it went down. We got to the location about 9, 10 o'clock that morning, had a little bit to eat, went through all of their emergency training, and then they took us out and dropped us off in the middle of nowhere at 3 p.m. Imagine me and my brother are hurrying, trying to get our tent set up, knowing that sundown is headed our way. That night, we sleep in the tents, get up early in the morning, and head out to start hunting. So, that next morning by 9 a.m., it's full light outside. My brother and I are set up in the thick trees and brush, and we start sending out calls trying to catch the attention of a bull elk. The way it was going was simple. He makes the first call, we wait 10 minutes. Then he makes a second call, and we wait 10 minutes. Now, it was on his third call when he made this super aggressive challenge bugle that must have gotten this thing's attention. Because I see this giant black figure hauling tail down the side of this ridge. Look, at first I'm thinking it's an elk based on the sheer size of it. Then I decided to look through my scope. And listen, that's when I realized it wasn't an elk. So now I'm thinking to myself, man, maybe this is a bear. Maybe we done called in a bear and it's running down on us. But I take another closer look. Now my brother makes another aggressive call. Mind you, I'm still there looking through the scope, trying to identify this thing when it stops running and stands up on two legs. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where you were seeing something, but you weren't quite sure if you were exactly seeing what you thought you saw? That's the situation that I was in. I take my eyes out of that scope and then look back in, and this thing is standing on two legs. He blows another call, and I'm like, Teddy, whatever you do, stop, please, please, stop blowing those calls. Looking back through the scope, I tell you, this thing is looking in our direction. Now, I'm not saying it was looking at me through the scope because I don't believe it could do that, but I'm telling you, it was looking directly at us. Next thing you know, it drops down on all fours, and it comes further down that ridge. When it comes off of that ridge, it goes into this gigantic clump of trees, and we lose it. Listen, for those of you who know absolutely nothing about elk hunting, understand, a full-grown bull elk can be 12 to 1,300 pounds. This thing on all fours was the size of a full-grown bull elk. No doubt about it, hands down, it was absolutely terrifying. And I need you to understand the dynamic. My brother Teddy is cool, calm, and collective because he didn't get a chance to see this thing through the scope. But me, I'm sitting there freaking all the way out because I observed this thing's ungodly speed as it was coming down that ridge. And based on the speed that I saw it running, it should have been coming out of that tree line at any moment. So I have my rifle at the ready, thinking to myself, man, I am going to have to shoot this. I tell Teddy, please pick up your rifle. This thing is running down on us. Listen, I love my brother to death. Wouldn't trade him for anyone in the world. But he did not believe me. So I literally pick his rifle up and put it in his hand and say, Teddy, hold on to this. This thing is coming in on us. We sit there quietly for 25 minutes and nothing comes out of those woods. And that's when this mini argument breaks out between me and my brother. Him saying, bro, we spent a lot of money to come out here to hunt these elks. I don't need you freaking out because of something you think you saw through the scope. And I'm telling him, brother, I did not think I saw it. I know I saw it. And we come to this decision that it's probably best for us to pack up and move camp. So we pack up our entire camp and walk 6 miles away from the location that we're in and go through the process of resetting up our camp. We get everything done right before nightfall. Our plan is to go straight to sleep, get up early in the morning, and then start hunting again. But oh boy, when I tell you things didn't go as planned, they did not go as planned at all. Because the two of us are out there sitting around the fire. We had just cooked a little food, we're getting ready to go into our tents, and we start to hear these wolves howling in the distance. Not one wolf, not two wolves, it had to be at least 6 to 8 wolves howling in the distance. They sound like they're a solid mile away. Then 10 minutes later, they howl again, and they sound like they're hundreds of yards away. Then 5 minutes later, they howl again, and they sound like they're 30 to 50 yards away. Amongst all of this howling, there is this other growling, barking howl so loud that it shuts them all up. And then the next thing you know, 2 of those wolves come into our camp. And understand, I've been hunting my entire life, and this is not typical behavior from wolves. We got a gigantic fire going. Now, they will circle you around that fire and growl, but they don't come straight in at you, single file line. 2 wolves come into our camp, single file line, growling like they want to rip our heads off. Teddy is scrambling to get both of the rifles. He throws me my rifle as these 2 wolves who came in separate, one looking at him and one looking at me. And that's when I hear something behind us, and looking behind us, there is a 3rd wolf closing in. And right here in this moment is when things go off the chain. Because I wasn't taking any chances, I shoot the first 2 wolves right there in front of me, and Teddy shoots and kills the one behind us. When that happens, you hear what sounds like the other wolves that were with them scampering away into the darkness. But then there is a growl. I'm talking about a vicious, long, mean growl, and you hear those wolves coming back in our direction, and another 2 wolves come out of the woods from different directions, so we shoot them. Then again, you hear the rest of the wolves scampering and running away, and about 3 to 5 minutes later, something out there starts to kill those wolves. Hands down, no doubt about it, you hear the snarling, the growling, the yelping, something starts killing those woods, and then everything goes silent. So imagine a scene. My brother and I are now sitting in chairs, back to back, right next to the fire, adrenaline pumping, heart beating, trying to figure out what in the world is going on. And we hear something circling us. This is not a wolf. It's not on 4 legs. It is on 2 legs. And it is circling us fast like water going down a drain. The circles that it's making are getting closer and closer and closer and closer to us. And then I get a glimpse of this thing by the firelight, and it is a giant freaking black wolf standing on 2 legs, and its head is bigger than my entire upper body. I tell Teddy, listen bro, if this thing comes out of these woods, we are going to shoot, and we will not stop shooting until it is dead. Then Teddy gets a glimpse of it by his flashlight and completely freaks all the way out. I'm talking about shaking, shivering, stuttering his words, terrified by what he sees. It provokes so much fear in us that he starts to take pot shots, wasting ammunition. I tell him, Teddy, I want you to calm down because I think this thing is trying to get us to run out of ammunition. You are shooting at it. This goes on the entire night. It's circling us, bluff charging us, trying to get one of us to run and separate it. The entire night until the sun comes up. I need you to understand, that is from 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6:30 in the morning. This thing harassed the 2 of us, trying to get us to split up, trying to get us to make a mistake. And I'll tell you, anybody else who had no experience in the woods would have got up and ran. The only reason why my brother and I are alive today is because we have been hunting since we are 9 years old, and we know predatory behavior. Imagine the scene. The sun is up. We have dead wolves laying on the ground all around us. Blood spilled everywhere. Flies are everywhere. And we go out into the woods just to look around and see what the hell was going on. And that's when we discovered the other wolves with their heads ripped off, legs ripped off, giant bite marks in them, tails ripped off completely. I mean, ripped off. Listen, Teddy says, bro, nobody's going to believe this. I'm going to take pictures of these wolves on my cell phone. So he starts taking pictures while I get on that sat phone and call for a pickup. We have to sit there for an hour and a half before these guys drive all the way out to our location and pick us up. The minute we get inside the vehicle, the minute they get to our camp, they look around, we start telling them what happened. These guys start freaking out. They start helping us pack our stuff, and they say, look, we have to go. We have to go right now. Teddy and I are trying to get answers from them. They are not answering questions. Listen, we get all the way back to what they consider their base camp. We're standing there talking to them, showing them pictures of what happened to these wolves. And the guy says, hey man, delete all those pictures. That is bad for business. Delete the pictures. Now him and Teddy are fussing about the pictures in Teddy's phone. He offers us a full refund in exchange for deleting those pictures and not talking about it whatsoever. Understand the situation my brother and I were in. We spent this entire time being terrified. So we took that refund, deleted those pictures, and came back home. This is the craziest thing. Teddy, who's got to be insane, went back the following year with 6 of his other friends to hunt elks at the same location. They tried and tried and tried to talk me into doing it, but I told them hell to the no. No, after seeing that, I'm not going anywhere near New Mexico. And you shouldn't either, Teddy. But they went and didn't have a freaking problem in the world. I've been in the Postal Service for 30 long years. Long enough for me to see and observe the whole entire Postal Service change, be flipped on its head, technology coming. Now it's to the point when I get inside my truck, they got cameras all over the place. When I first started this job, you used to be able to go out on your route, deliver your mail early, then go to the Union Hall and have drinks with your friends. But nope, those days are long gone. Now, they spy on your every move. Now, with that being said, let me share some of the stories of the things that I've seen while working as a mailman. Now, to those of you out there listening to this story right now, I'm pretty sure you don't realize this, because I've been doing it for 30 years. But we, the postal workers, we see everything. We're quiet observers of your entire life. We're the one person that visits your house every day, rain, sleet, hail, or snow. We know what cars you drive. We know how many kids you have. We see the graduation signs in the window when your kid graduates 8th grade. Then when they graduate high school and when they go off to college. We see all these personal, private moments in passing. And it was in passing on one of these days that I saw something that was absolutely terrifying. You see, there was this house on my old route. No more than 2,000, 2,100 square feet. Really cute, neat house. Great front lawn, well manicured, beautiful flowers. Walking up to that house every day, it seemed like a little small slice of paradise. Well, one day I get this package. I need to get a signature on it. So I walk up to the front door and knock. There are 2 cars in the driveway. I know that someone's home. I'm standing there, knocking on the door, ringing on the doorbell. And for a moment, I hear movement inside, but no one comes to the door. And this house had one of those huge picture windows, like one gigantic window with blinds and curtains. So I ease on over to that window, peek my head in, and I see the most beautiful, gorgeous woman in the living room laying on the floor doing stretches. The woman was so beautiful that she made you want to be a bit of a peeping Tom. So I'm standing there watching her for a moment, and that's when I noticed this gray, smoky mist. And at first I'm looking at it and saying to myself, nah, that's a reflection from the sunlight. But I move my head to the right and then back to the left, and it's this gray, smoky mist in the shape of a man. It's standing, literally, right next to her as she's exercising and stretching on the floor. I look at it, and then this humanoid shape turns, looks at me, and disappears. Understand the emotions I'm going through at that moment. I'm not supposed to be peeking in this woman's window in the first place. And now I'm seeing this gray, smoky, misty, humanoid figure. That's too much for me. I head back over to the front door, knock on it one more time. And as I'm walking away, this beautiful woman opens the door. I mean, absolutely excited, a gigantic smile on her face saying, thank you so much. I've been waiting on this package for weeks. She signs for the package, gives me a beautiful smile, closes the door, and I turn around and go about my business. The next day, I'm back on my route. They got some mail. I deliver it, think nothing of it. And then about a solid week passes of me just dropping off regular mail. Nothing special, dropping it in their box, going on about my business. And they get another package that needs a signature. This time I walk up to the house, knock on the door, and this huge, muscular, handsome guy opens the door. I say, sir, I got a package for you. Need you to sign right here. How are you doing today? Now pause right here in the story. Have you ever asked the person the question, how are you today? And been under the impression that it's a rhetorical question, like, we're not going to have no whole conversation based around how you're doing. It's just kind of being polite. How are you? They're supposed to say, I'm fine. I'm supposed to give you your package, turn around and go about my business. Well, that didn't happen. I say, how are you? And this man lets out all of his business. I mean, every little bit of his business. He says, man, I'm having a rough time. So I'm standing there listening to him. He's going through how he's having problems at his job, how he's having problems at home with his wife, how he's sleeping on the sofa and things aren't going well, how their dog is sick with cancer, and he goes on and on and on with all of these negative experiences. And then as he gets to the bottom of the list, the very, very bottom of the list, he says, man, I think I'm going crazy. Imagine the scene. I'm standing there with my mail bag slung over the front of my chest. This heavy mail is hot as hog piss outside. And I'm trying my best just to give this man some attention because clearly he's having a meltdown. That's when he says, man, I've been seeing something in his house. It's like this gray smoke that moves from room to room, and it's just got me all messed up. I don't know what's going on. I interject and I say, sir, are you talking about like a gray humanoid misty figure? And he says, yes, almost like a gray shadow that walks from the bathroom into the kitchen. It comes up and down the stairs. And right then in that moment is when I go on to admit to him what I did. Last week I came to your house to deliver a package. I was knocking on the door. I heard noise inside, so I decided to peep through the window. Your wife was there doing her exercise on the floor. And when I say that, his eyebrow kind of lifts up like, what you doing looking at my wife? And I tell him, no. I was just trying to see if someone was at home. But sir, while I was looking through that window, I saw a gray, humanoid, smoky mist standing right next to your wife while she was exercising. He looks at me and says, so are you telling me that I'm not going crazy, that what I'm seeing is real? I tell him, sir, I don't even know you. I have no reason to lie to you. I'm just telling you what I saw. Now, he has the package in his hand. I have the paperwork already signed. So he just turns and closes the door. I go on about my business. Another week passes of me just delivering mail, not paying attention to anything that's going on. That whole situation slips my mind. And then one day I'm walking up to his house. He's outside cutting the grass. And my man has the biggest smile on his face I've ever seen. He comes over to me and he says, hey, what's your name? I tell him my name and he says, you know what? I want to thank you because for real, I thought I was going crazy. But it turns out you were right. There was something inside of our house. And he goes on to explain to me that he had a friend come over that was a preacher. And that the preacher saw exactly what he was talking about. And they went through the process of cleaning his house out. And ever since his house was cleaned out, everything has gotten better. He's no longer sleeping on the sofa. His wife is more attentive to him. The dog died, but they got another dog. And he's like, man, things at work are going better. I'm so excited. Now, understand, I'm just a mailman, baby. I don't know nothing about what he's talking about. But what I do know is that man's life seemed to have gotten better after he dealt with whatever the hell he needed to deal with. But as I go on to tell you these stories, understand, I'm just sharing with you my encounters. I don't know anything. I'm just a mailman, baby. Look, as a father, I always thought that I would lay down my life for my family. But just like most other fathers, I never thought that there would come a situation where I felt like I was forced to do it. Then, I suddenly found myself in one very such situation, and I would like to tell you about it. Now, if you're married with kids, you know how it is when mom goes away out of town. And for me and my sons, when mom is gone, all hell breaks loose because we do whatever we want to do. So my wife goes out of town on a business trip, and I decided to take my sons out for a day at the lake and camping at Little Black Creek in Mississippi. We get there, the kids are out there having fun. It's families everywhere talking about grilling hamburgers and hot dogs, fishing, running around, splashing in the water. We have a freaking ball. As it gets closer and closer to sundown, I prepare the tent. Other families join us around this fire. We have some beers, we're laughing, the kids are playing, running back and forth in the darkness. I'm talking about one hell of a time while mom is gone away. After a couple of hours of that, it gets to be about 8:30, 8:45. Everybody decides they're going to head to bed. So me and my sons climb in our tent, and we're laying there. They have their headphones on, connected to their tablets, watching cartoons. I'm just laying on my back, looking up at the top of the tent, thinking about how wonderful and joyous this day has been, saying to myself, it would be nice if my wife was here so she could experience this. I lay there for like another 15, 20 minutes, and then this weird feeling comes over me, almost as if something is watching the tent. Then I start to hear movement, footsteps outside around the area. And at first I'm thinking to myself, okay, it's probably one of the other families. They left something, they came back over to get it, and they're going to go away, right? Nope, no sir, no ma'am. Next thing you know, I hear this breathing right there next to my face on the other side of that vinyl tent. And then this low growling sound. That audible growl can be tracked as it moves up into the air, and now I can tell the growling is coming from above the tent. That's when this fear washes over me. And when I mean washes over me, it's almost as if my body was laying right at the edge of the water on the beach, and waves of fear were hitting my feet, coming up my legs, hitting my waist, and submerging me all the way up to my neck, and then going back down, and then back up, and then back down. I have never felt that kind of fear in my life. I'm laying there thinking to myself, what in the world is this? And this little bitty voice in the back of my head says, you need to get up and you need to go outside and confront it. Listen to me, I'm not sure if you ever had that little voice that speaks to you in the back of your head. It's just this small, still, quiet voice. It's not screaming, it's not howling. It's just small and still. And it says it 3 times. You need to get up and go outside and confront it. The 3rd time it says it, it's a little bit more aggravated. It says, listen, get up, go outside and confront that. But I'm so bogged down in this fear, my body literally feels like it's strapped down to the ground. But I make the decision to get up. So now I'm getting up, unzipping the tent, go outside, and when I look back at the direction of the tent, there is this humanoid wolf-looking thing. It looks more human than wolf. And it has these glowing red eyes with black pupils. And when I say glowing red eyes, I mean take your hand, ball it up, make a fist. That portion of your hand where your thumb wraps around and it makes that circle, that's how big these eyes are. They are glowing red with gigantic black pupils, and it's just there, staring at the tent, not paying any attention to me. And the voice again says, you need to confront it. And I say, hey, I have no clue what you are, but what are you doing? And it ignores me. I mean, flat out ignores me. It is fixated on that tent. Then the voice in my head again says, this is evil, and evil loves to target children. You need to get its attention, and you need to confront it. So I say, hey, this time with more conviction, I say, hey, leave my children alone. Boy, listen, when I tell you that thing whips its head in my direction and stares at me, looking straight into my soul, and it charges me. It's on the opposite side of the tent. It charges me through the tent. The only thing that came in my direction was its upper body. I didn't see any legs. I didn't see anything. It charges me. And as it's charging, it begins to dissipate, leaving only these glowing red eyes there for a split second. Listen, by the time it's all over, I feel physically drained. That's how much fear I had inside of me. I look left, I look right, I look up, I look down, I look behind me, looking for this thing. It's nowhere to be found. So I crawl back into the tent and lay down, and now my 2 sons are laying there peacefully asleep. Man, I was in fear. Listen to me when I tell you I was in fear for a solid 4 hours, and then this peace came over me and I went to sleep. The following morning, we wake up, I'm fixing breakfast, and I look around and I notice all those families that were there when we went to bed, we're the only ones left at Little Black Creek in the camping area. Everybody's gone. I don't profess to know exactly what it was, and I'm not even saying to you that it ran those family members off. I don't know what happened. All I'm telling you is what I experienced. And what I experienced was absolutely terrifying.
10 live. And yes, understand it's our favorite day, Freestyle Friday,
Drop. Hey, look, the show's safe for us. You can bet I don't care who it gets. I'm why every Friday the ratings up. But I don't make enough. Give me some pay, cause y'all could get him a ghostwriter with a stylist. You wouldn't even rip the runway. Baby mama and big mama's a full house. Resident like the president. You don't know when to pull out. It's all about how polished you get. We don't care if you thirsty. Swallow your spit. You probably thought this was a bright idea. We hit the light switch. Hype shift. This is where it looked like the fight fix. Tight fist. Beat you with the hand that I write with. Punch lines to remind Rodney King of the nightsticks.
So summertime was one of the greatest times of my life as a youngster. My brother Eric and I would always go swimming. And there was this small lake near our house. But in all actuality, I think you would probably call it more of a pond than a lake. It really was no deeper than 15 feet, and at times the water would evaporate, and it would be as little as 8 feet of water there. Now, we have been swimming there every summer up until my 15th birthday. And I will absolutely never forget what happened this particular day because it happened the day after my 15th birthday. E-Money is what my brother forced me to call him in those days. And for the record, my brother swore to God he was a battle rapper from Harlem, even though he and I were two white boys from Plano, Texas. And man, was he funny back in those days. I still remember his favorite battle rapper was this guy named Loaded Lux. He would watch this BET rap battle every day and just drive me and my mother completely insane. And the craziest thing of it all is, nobody else in my family even listens to rap music but E-Money. We get up in the morning, he's practicing his battle rhymes in the mirror. We go downstairs, we get breakfast, and he's rapping at the table. We watch some TV, he's got the pre-recorded rap battle. E-Money is rapping all around the house, driving me and my mother up a wall. So Mom gets tired of hearing his noise, and she's the one that suggested that we go for a swim in the pond. Now I need you to picture this. 2 teenage white boys walking through the woods, heading for the pond. My brother, who to this day is still the most eccentric personality that I know, is straight up performing a rap concert as we walk in. He's holding a stick in his hand like it's a microphone. His left hand is in the air. His knees are bent. He's dancing. The whole 9 yards. My brother was off the freaking chain. And as for me, I'm walking next to him and I'm dying laughing because this dude is short a few screws. Now, the walk to the pond from the house is about 10 to 12 minutes. And when we get there, he takes off his shirt, jumps straight into the water, shoes, and everything's still on. Now he's splashing around in the water and reciting rhymes. And me, I'm standing there watching him as I go through the process of taking off my shirt, taking off my shoes, taking off my socks. And then a few minutes later, we're both in this murky pond, having the time of our lives. Eric is standing right in front of me, reciting his latest battle rhyme. I would say that the water is right about up to our chest level. And that is when I feel something brush up against my leg. Now, this has happened before, and I'm not tripping. It's a pond. We know for a fact that there are fish in this pond. I assume that this object brushing against my leg was a fish, and I let it go. But a few minutes later, right while he was in the middle of one of his rhymes, he stops and looks down into the water. My brother's eyes open up to the size of 2 potatoes. Then he says, "Something just grabbed me, bro." And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Bro, something just grabbed my freaking leg." Next thing you know, Eric is gone, straight up moving towards land. He was moving so fast that I barely even had an opportunity to react. Now I'm getting scared and it's time for me to go. As I step, moving my right leg forward under the water, something grabs my leg. Now, I know what a hand feels like. I felt the fingers, I felt the thumb, I felt the palm pad of the hand gripping my right leg, right at my ankle. And this wasn't some huge, monstrous hand, but what I can describe to you about how it felt was that it was rough and coarse. It's almost like someone had slipped their hands into a glove made of sandpaper. This grip was tight and it was strong enough to hold on to my right leg for about 15 seconds as I jerked and pulled trying to get away. Then I felt it let go and I sprinted through the water to dry land. For the next few minutes, my brother and I stood there staring out into the pond. It had ripples across the water from our recent departure, and that's when we see on the far side of the pond a freaking arm come out of the water, almost as if someone or something was swimming. You know how it has that upward and then downward motion as someone is stroking through the water? Then it goes under the surface and disappears. My brother and I kind of glanced at each other and our mouth, what the fuck was that? And we stood there for a few more minutes as the water became calm, but nothing else happened. Now I can tell you that walk home was the quietest that I've ever heard my brother, even to this very day. And when we got home, we didn't tell mom or dad. Honestly, we never really even talked about it again. But it's a story that I wanted to share.
Over the years as a repo man, I've experienced a whole lot of crazy shit. I've been shot at, had people try and run me off the road with their car on the back of my truck, but nothing more crazy than when I went to this dude's house to repo his car and a giant dog came running out of the woods on 2 legs, tackled a deer, and drug it off into the woods. I pulled up to this man's house at 3 a.m. expecting him to be asleep, but over time you learn things about people when you're in this business. You see a person who knows they haven't been paying their car note. If they hear any noise at night, they're hopping straight up out of bed, looking and peeking through the window. So if I pull up to a house in the middle of the night to take a car, I anticipate that that person may come out of that house in any type of mood. And this particular morning was a situation just like that. I pull up to the house, hook that car up, I'm yanking it up onto the bed of my wrecker, and he comes running out of the door saying, hold on, man, wait, I got the money to pay you. Listen, I've been doing this for 25 years. I done had people come out and say they have the money and it's a delay tactic. Next thing you know, they got all their neighbors and friends surrounding me trying to punk me into putting this car back down. So I tell them, listen, sir, I'm just doing my job. You and I both know you haven't been paying this car note. I'll give you until I can get this vehicle on the back of this truck to come back with the money, and I'll put it back. But if you don't come up with this $1,300, I'm taking this truck. So I continue to load his vehicle on a truck. He turns around and runs back into the house. Now, I have the vehicle on the back of the wrecker. I'm going through the process of securing it to make sure it doesn't move when he comes out of the house with a wad full of money. And I'm like, okay. So I'm standing there counting the money, and I realize that he's not really paying attention to me. He's looking over to the right. Nonetheless, I count it, and he's giving me $200 more than he's supposed to. So I give it back to him, and I go into the process of taking his vehicle back off of the truck. But looking back at him again, he is just standing there staring off to the right. So I walk over to where he is, where I can get a clear view of what the hell this man is looking at. And when I get right next to him, he turns around and runs into the house. Listen, my attention shifts to him running into the house like a madman, because I'm anticipating he about to do something extremely crazy. But that's when I hear this growling and look to my right where he was looking, and there's this deer in this big open space to the right of his house trying to juke this upright walking dog like it's Barry Sanders. For a split second, I tell myself this cannot possibly be real what I'm seeing. So I close my eyes and open them again, and the two of them are still there juking back and forth. Then that deer cuts to the left and tries to run off into the woods, and this thing chases it down, tackling it, rolls on the ground, snaps its neck, grabs it by the hind legs, and starts to drag it into the woods. Listen, I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I might have did some damage to this man's car when I was trying to put it back down because I was getting the hell out of there. And when I tell you that was the most insane, crazy thing I've ever seen in 25 years, it was the most insane thing. Have you ever had the feeling of being watched? I have, and I hated it. Then, when I came to the realization of what was watching me, let me say that right. When what was watching me decided to show itself, man, no words can describe the fear that I felt. Look, I live in a trailer park just north of Mandeville, Louisiana. And the way this trailer park is set up, it's a gigantic horseshoe. And my trailer sits in the very middle of that horseshoe. Now, this horseshoe is completely surrounded by woods, and behind those woods are nothing but swamps. Now, back when all this went down, I just so happened to be working a job that was these crazy hours. One day I would get off at 9 p.m. The next day I would get off at 10 p.m. Some days I got off at 3 p.m. Then I went through these series of nights where I was starting to get off at 2:30 in the morning. Now, that kind of job does havoc on your body and your sleep schedule. So now, when I get home at 2:30 in the morning, I'm wide awake. So what I did to calm myself down was go outside, sit on the porch, smoke a cigarette, and have one beer. To be clear with you, I'm not an alcoholic. A 6-pack will last me 6 days. I come home, smoke a cigarette, sit on my porch, and drink a beer. Now, periodically, when I came home, I would sit out there, smoke my cigarette, drink my beer, have music playing on my cell phone, pretty low but loud enough for me to hear. I would get this feeling that something was watching me from the woods. Now, it wasn't every night, it wasn't every other night, but periodically, I would get the feeling, a strong feeling that I'm being watched. And on those mornings when I was having that feeling, it was so strong that it would run me inside. Now listen, a lot of strange and weird events started happening in my life around this time period. Having trouble at the job, having trouble with my old lady. Things are kind of going off the rails. Then I get off work early one morning, about 2 a.m. I make it home about 2:15, and there's this storm rolling in. It hasn't started raining yet, but you know how it is before the rain kicks in. You got the wind, you got the thunder, you got the lightning, but you don't have any rain. I'm outside, sitting on a porch, smoking my cigarette. I crack open the beer, the wind is blowing, the smoke is swirling, and I'm saying to myself, man, I don't know what's going on. It feels like I'm having a run of bad luck. Thunder rumbles, lightning flashes, and I see something out the corner of my eye move. Now, to be clear with you, at that point in time, I didn't have the feeling that something was watching me, but wait, slow down. Let me explain one more thing to you so this all makes sense. Let me explain the configuration of my trailer. I almost forgot to tell you this. So, my trailer at the back of that U didn't go horizontally left to right. It went vertically. So my bedroom window, which was at the back of the trailer, was facing the wood line. If you were standing on my front porch, which was really more of a deck, and you looked to your right, you saw wood. If you looked to your left, you saw all the rest of the trailer homes in this section. It's important that you understand this so you can understand what happens next. I'm there, cracked open the beer, cigarette lit, smoke is twirling, lightning flashes. I look and see movement. But like I said before, at that moment in time, I didn't feel like anything was watching me. About 45 seconds later, the feeling hits me that something is looking at me. And I'm not talking about the regular feeling of being watched. I mean the hair starts standing up on my arms. There's this static electricity in the air, lightning flashes again, and I see movement again. Now imagine the scene. It scared me so much. I'm standing up, have the front door propped open against my leg, and I'm ready to dart into the house. That's how scared I am. But I gotta see if what's going on is real or if it's all in my mind. Now, you know how it is when it's pitch black outside, lightning is flashing. It's like the lights come on briefly, then go back off. So the lightning is flashing, thunder is rolling, lights going on and off outside, and I'm not seeing anything. I'm just about to calm down and say, okay, you're tripping, you're bugging, everything is fine. Bro, then this lightning bolt goes across the sky. One of those long lightning bolts that looks like fingers. And bro, I see what looks like a freaking walking hyena less than 50 feet away from my deck. And this thing is standing on two legs staring right at me. Listen to me, I didn't go into my front door. I literally fell face first into the house. The beer spills all over the place. The screen door that I was holding open swings back, and I'm so freaking afraid I am literally kicking the interior door to my trailer, trying to get it to close. Once that door is closed, I crawl over on my knees, turn the lock, reach up and click off all the lights, and spend the next 2 hours right there with my back against the door. Understand, when I say to you that this was one of the most terrifying nights of my life, thunder rumbling, lightning cracking, wind blowing, every freaking sound I heard, I thought was this thing. Nothing happened, but at the same time, I didn't go to sleep until sunrise. this paranoia and fear kicked in me, to the point where I had to have my shotgun on me every time I went outside. That's how afraid I was. However, the weirdest thing was I saw it that one morning and never ever saw it again. Now don't get me wrong, it's taken a long time for me to get to the point where I can hang outside on that deck in the night, in the dark. And I don't get the exact kind of creepy feeling I got before. I don't know if I'm paranoid or not, but every now and then it feels like something's watching me. But it's way different than when I felt this particular night. That night, what I saw seemed like it was evil, and it was coming in close to check me out.
Yeah. I told my squad we gonna make it out. One way or the other. Yeah. I had some hoop dreams, but no jumper like I'm Adam. My pen is too clean, so I had to stick with rapping. My life is hella deep, dog, you couldn't even fathom.
Listen, back in these days, I'm 16 years old, broke, and in my hood, everybody and their mama selling dope. So I go to the neighborhood hustler and take a job as a runner. Now listen, Baltimore is known for violence and murder. And this job that I took required me to ride my bicycle around some of the worst areas of the city, making deliveries to other dope dealers. Now, I quickly learned the best way to avoid being robbed was to do it early in the morning. I mean, 6 o'clock in the morning as soon as the sun rises, while all the rest of the dope boys, and that was the only way I can get into some of these neighborhoods and avoid trouble like being robbed and shot in the freaking head. However, at 16 years old, is when I learned the truth about what really goes on in Baltimore. And you know how old folks used to tell you these things. I remember my grandmother saying, you will know the truth and the truth gonna set you free one day, boy. You gonna get it together, boy. One of these days, you gonna learn the truth about what's going on and it's gonna get you together. Listen, let me tell you about the day I learned the truth. I'm riding my bike from my neighborhood into Liberty Heights at 6:15 a.m. And you know, I never really paid attention to the neighborhoods. It's kind of like when you grow up in a war zone, you adjust to it. It's just a war zone. Anybody else who came into these neighborhoods would notice these boarded up, dilapidated row houses, and it would freak them out. But for me, it was home. Anyway, I'm out there riding my bike. I cut through the park, cross into Liberty City, make a left, and now I got about 12 blocks that I gotta ride up to get to where I need to go. Riding along, looking at these rows and rows and rows of dilapidated houses, and I realized there is graffiti everywhere. But it's all the same graffiti symbols. Now, I had never noticed this before. I ride about 4 blocks and it's quiet and dead still out there like something from a zombie movie. Now, I need to go over a block to my left, but I noticed some cats up there on the corner, and I wasn't taking a chance of confronting them, so I cut through one of these alleyways. Again, I'm going through the alleyway and I noticed the graffiti everywhere. I'm just riding along, thinking to myself, look, let's get where we need to go, get this done. Once we get this delivery made, it don't matter if somebody try and rob us because we ain't got no money. They just gonna let us go. So I'm riding through this alleyway and I noticed that the walls themselves seem to be swirling and moving around. And at first I'm thinking I'm losing my mind. And to be clear with you, I didn't do no drugs. I didn't smoke no marijuana. I didn't do anything at age 16. I am there, and that graffiti on those walls look like little portals that are swirling around. Then I see what looks like hands coming out of one of those portals and reaching out and pressing the palm of the hand against the wall like something is trying to pull itself through. Bro, I'm telling you, I stop on the bike and I sit there and watch as these hands are struggling to try and get a grip on the wall. Listen, then I look up the alleyway that I was riding through and it's the exact same freaking thing in every location where this graffiti is. Now, if you ever ridden a bike, you understand the position that I was in. My butt wasn't in the seat. I had both of my legs on the ground, the bicycle in between my legs, and I'm standing there looking, and I'm saying to myself, Chunky, man, you tripping? Just get where you gotta go. You freaking tripping. Something going on, right? So now I start riding the bike. As I'm riding the bike down that alleyway, these hands are coming out everywhere. It's literally like something is trying to crawl into this dimension. And it's not one thing, it's a whole lot of things. So I get out of that alleyway, I make a left turn, and when I come up this next block, remember I was trying to avoid those guys at the end of the other block. When I come up this next block, nobody's there. I'm pedaling full speed ahead. I still got about 6-7 more blocks to go to get to my destination. Then I gotta cut back over and get back on the street that I was originally on. The whole purpose of me doing this was just to avoid those guys. Man, I'm riding along, looking at these dilapidated row houses, and I'm seeing all kinds of stuff, like wings coming out of walls, feet coming out of walls, all kinds of crazy stuff. I'm saying to myself, man, I know I'm not on drugs. I have got to be losing my mind. Nonetheless, I get there, I make my delivery, right? When I tell you I absolutely refuse to go that way back, I ride all the way around that entire neighborhood, and it takes me like an hour and a half to get back home. Now get this, when I get back home, I go in the house, my grandmother's there, she's asking me where I've been, what I've been doing, why I'm up so early. It's not like for me to be up early in the morning. And I say, Grandma, I gotta tell you what I saw. I sit down at the table and I tell my grandmother what I saw. She says, baby, this city is full of evil, destruction, and murder, and what God was showing you were the spirits behind it. And I'm so happy that he showed it to you, because it means that you're going to leave Baltimore. My grandmother is telling me at age 16, I'm going to leave Baltimore. I'm saying, Grandma, ain't no way in hell I'm getting out of Baltimore. I done dropped out of school. My life is a mess. No way I'm going to be able to leave this city. Get this, time passes. I'm 19 years old. My girlfriend gets pregnant. I have my first son. And my girlfriend is on me about leaving Baltimore. She says, look, we need to leave this city. I don't want to raise a kid here. We need to move down south. And every day, we need to move down south. We need to move down south. The two of us are living in a house with my grandmother. My grandmother passes away at night in her sleep. And we go through the process of the funeral and the madness and everything that ensued. And finally, my girlfriend says, listen, your grandmother left $10,000. Let's take the $10,000 and let's just leave. So we did. We packed up, we left Baltimore, and we moved to Mississippi with only $10,000. We packed up, left Baltimore, moved to Mississippi with only $10,000, no job, no nothing. And man, when I tell you that was a struggle, it was an absolute struggle for me. It seemed like no matter what I did, I couldn't find work. And when I finally found a job, I got fired. Then, all of a sudden, things seemed to get better. My old lady got a job, and then I got a job. And we've been here, right here in Mississippi, ever since. Her parents want us to come back to visit them in Baltimore and bring their grandkids there, but no, I'm not going back. I'm never going back.
I'm popping like a zig, I'm breaking out, and I am hella lit. You want a couch?
My background is in mixed martial arts, and my upbringing is what forced me to become a fighter. Growing up in the poverty-stricken neighborhoods of East Point, Detroit was no easy thing to do. The one lesson you learn in the streets is never back down. Those were the words that came to mind the night I had my encounter with the Shadow Man. I had been working security at a local Detroit nightclub. This particular venue was in a very rough neighborhood. And that night, there were several fights. I was forced to rough up a few people and needed to step outside for a smoke break. Exiting through the back door of the club, I stepped out into the back alley. Adrenaline pumped through my veins, causing my heart to race and my skin to burn. This was a feeling that I was all too familiar with, and it felt good, but I needed to bring myself down. Standing there in the middle of the alleyway, I tilted my head back, looking up at the night sky, which was drowned out by the city lights. I was just beginning to calm down when I got this intense feeling that someone was watching me. Have you ever been somewhere and felt a person staring directly at you, only to look and realize that someone is looking right at you? Well, take that feeling and multiply it by 10, and that's what I felt. An overwhelming and intense sense that someone was coming straight at me. As I lowered my head, my eyes focused on what looked like a man in all black walking down the alley. The figure was abnormally large with wide shoulders. It was much taller than me, and I stand 6 feet 6 inches. While looking at this thing, I was hit with this intense fear that flooded my body, causing this tingling sensation that pulsed with every heartbeat. My gut instincts told me that this thing wasn't normal and I should run, but my body wasn't responding. I was stuck there, frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. And then it stepped into the light. And this thing was no man. Yes, it had the shape of a man. It moved like a man would. But it looked like someone had taken the darkest, most black smoke you could find and crafted it into the figure of a man. The smoke swirled and twisted inward on itself, almost as if some invisible barrier was holding it all in place. And the motion was slow, deliberate, and it seemed to absorb the light from above. Then this thing began to move forward, towards me, and my fight-or-flight response kicked in. I can still remember the exact thought that ran through my mind at that moment. Never back down. It was drilled into my head over the years from my instructors. Showing fear will only strengthen your opponent. In that same moment, I took a sliding step forward toward that thing and, raising my fist, was preparing for a fight. To my surprise, it retreated, moving backwards swiftly down the alleyway and disappearing. When I get back inside the club, I walked straight to the bar and had a shot of vodka. My mind was completely blown by my first encounter with the Shadow Man. Later, he would return, and I wouldn't fare so well against him.
I'll never forget my first time seeing a Dogman. I was a little boy, no more than 9 years old. You see, my grandparents were black Southern Baptists, and I could never forget that day. It was at a revival service. Back in those days, Christian revivals were held outdoors, inside tents. And to paint a clear picture for you, if you can imagine being outside on a hot summer day with a huge white tent set up, rows and rows and rows of chairs, a makeshift stage, and people were heavy in the worship. This is my first time going to a revival, although I've been dragged in and out of church every Sunday my entire life. I thought it was interesting. The way people worshiped out of the church was completely different than the way they worshiped in church. It was much more intense. And I could never forget the sounds of that day. The revival had started at about 3 o'clock and had gone on for hours. And right as the sun began to set and the pastor started doing the altar call to save souls, something weird started to happen. From my position on the right-hand side of the back row, I started to hear the strange sound coming from the woods, but I wasn't sure what it was. You could hear it faintly, just above the sound of the singing. Then as the singing and the clapping stopped, I could hear it clearer. Something was growling, and growling loudly. Initially, I thought I was hearing things until my grandmother started looking in the same direction as the sound. Then others in the congregation began to look that way too. And out from the wood line stepped something I had never seen before and hoped to never see again. This thing was massive, 9 feet tall, with the huge head of a wolf. Its fur was black, jet black, and its upper body had more muscles than anything I had ever seen. It just stood there, showing its teeth and growling. The people in the congregation finally caught on to it and began to run. The pastor grabbed his Bible and began to pray, repeatedly saying, "Get ye behind me, Satan. Get ye behind me, Satan." Until one of the deacons grabbed him by his collar and pulled him, yanking him off the stage. Everyone ran back to their cars and fled the area. I never knew exactly what that was that I saw until I heard you on Coast to Coast AM talking about the Dogman. I'm sure that not only did I see a Dogman, but 200 other people did as well. My wife and I had lived along the bayous of southeast Louisiana our entire life. Hell, we grew up in the swamps. One of the proudest moments I can ever remember is when we bought our 3-bedroom home. Talk about waterfront property. Our house is directly on a waterway, and we have a front row seat to all of nature's wonders. Since we've been in this house, we've seen a lot of strange things. Alligators on our porch, rabbits and deer running by. But the strangest thing that we've seen over and over again is that around the end of the month, we get a special visitor. You call him Dogman. We call him the Rougarou. My wife and I often sit out on the porch and drink coffee late at night, just talking and laughing. And the first time we saw this creature, we thought it was extremely odd. Now, to paint a clear picture for you, my house is up on stilts, way above sea level. And from this vantage point, it gives us a clear view of the land. After you walk down my front set of steps, you have about 15 feet before you walk straight into the bayou. There's a landmass across the bayou from our property.
Just because you're by yourself doesn't mean that you're alone. That's what my grandpa told me when he left me in the tree stand while we were out deer hunting. Understand, I'm 13 years old. This is my first time out hunting, and it would be absolutely my last after what happened next. I watch as he walks off into the darkness. It's early in the morning, just before sunrise. I'm sitting there as the sun comes up, and it's the most amazing sight I've ever seen. Just to watch the woods come alive. Squirrels, crows, rabbits, everything except for what we're hunting, which is deer. So I'm waiting and waiting, and this deer finally shows up, but it's at the edge of the tree line. Take aim, wait, and wait, and wait, but this deer is straight up chilling, will not move. Then I see 2 more deer pop up, but none of them are leaving the edge of the wood line, coming out to where I can get a clear shot. I wait another 4 or 5 minutes, get impatient, take a shot, and hit this deer in its neck, and it takes off running. Now, Grandpa had told me if I shoot and hit something to sit right there and wait because he would hear the shot and come to me. Imagine a scene. I'm sitting there waiting. 5 minutes pass, 10 minutes pass, and my grandfather finally shows up, excited out of his mind. I tell him I hit the deer in the neck, and he tells me how proud he is of me. Then I climb down from the tree, and we head off to track that deer. He's teaching me how to track. First off, we're looking for blood. We see some, but it's not a whole lot. The 2 of us move about 140 yards through the woods, and that's when we find where this deer stopped and bled out, but the deer is not there. I'm standing there asking my grandpa if he's absolutely sure that this is where the deer died, and he tells me yes, even shows me where it lay down in the grass. However, looking around, it's not there. I'm disappointed. Grandpa is confused, and we start to look for it, working in circles, walking around, trying to figure out what the hell happened to our deer. And that's when I see what looks like blood on one of the trees. I tell him what I see, he walks up, takes a look at it, and my grandpa flips all the way the hell out, telling us we need to leave. Remember, I'm 13 years old, never been in the woods. I'm asking him why, and he says, son, a dead deer does not drag himself up a tree. But I wanted to know exactly what was going on, so I'm not listening to him. I start walking up to the base of that tree, and then the tree begins to move. Pause right here for a moment and let me explain to you by tree moving. I mean the roots of the tree begin to shake left and right. You can see the soil and dirt loosening around the roots. And that's when the hind ear of that deer falls down from the tree, landing less than 2 feet away from me. And I decide to look up. Lord Jesus, why did I do that? Because up there in that tree is this gigantic black mass. And then a head emerges out of it, looking down at me, and it looks like a freaking giant Doberman pinscher on steroids. Listen, it has blood all over its snout, all over its eyes, and it's the most terrifying thing I have ever freaking seen. Naturally, I turn and begin sprinting away from the area. My grandfather damn near clotheslines me, trying to stop me, saying, son, I don't care what the hell you see in these woods, but you have to understand, only prey runs from a predator. If you run, that thing will chase us down and kill us. So the two of us fast walk out of the woods to his truck, hop in, he cranks it up, and we drive all the way home. When we finally get to his house, he's sitting in the driveway, hands glued to the steering wheel, wrists and arms shaking. He says, listen, I know you have questions about what it was, so I'm going to tell you what I know. That's when he goes on to tell me that his grandfather warned him about those things, and they are called bear wolves. The area that we were hunting in used to be overrun by them over 60 years ago, but he did not believe that they were still there. So it surprised and scared the hell out of him. Now, it's tough for a kid to come to the realization that the man that he looks up to is afraid. And it was really tough for me to come to the realization that my grandfather was afraid of anything, because I thought he was the toughest man on the planet. But that truly scared him. But the next day, Grandpa gets up early in the morning, shakes me in the bed and says, we're going hunting. I tell him no. He says, son, you have to face your fears. I tell him no, I don't have to face that. I will not be going back into the woods. And this is when I learned the true nature of a brave man, because my grandfather left out of that house and went hunting in those same woods and came back with a deer later that evening. And when I asked him why he would make a decision to do something like that after seeing what we saw, he told me that the difference between a coward and a brave man is very, very simple. Both of them feel fear. It's just that the brave man feels the fear and does it anyway. Listen, I still haven't been hunting again, and I am 25 years old, but that one life lesson has stuck with me. And I tend to face my fears. But there are some things in my mind that just don't need to be faced. And one of those things is Dogman. Now, I'm not sure how you'll classify this as a Dogman encounter or a Dogman sighting, but nonetheless, to me, it was scary. And truthfully, I didn't know exactly what it was that I saw until I was listening to Tony Merkel's confessionals and heard Dog Waters on his podcast talking about the Dogman. The day that this all happened was my wife's birthday, and I wanted to pick her some sunflowers because this woman absolutely loves sunflowers. So I head out to the area around Ottawa Farms, go out into the fields, and it's beautiful. I'm standing there thinking, man, maybe I should have just brought her with me. When I start to hear this running sound in the distance. Understand, the sound is so far away, I'm thinking it's like a family with their kids just running through the sunflower fields, and I have absolutely nothing to worry about. So I ignore it, squatting down to pick some sunflowers. Imagine a scene. I'm kneeling down, pocket knife in my hand, cutting at the stem of this sunflower, when this creature lands on the ground like freaking Superman. Remember, in those Superman movies, how he would slam to the ground and dust would pop up all in the air? Well, that's exactly what happened. Dirt flies all up in my face, and I'm guessing that this thing didn't expect me to be there as much as I didn't expect it to be there, because it had this look of surprise on its face. Then it shows me its teeth, takes off running, and leaps again. Dude, listen to me, when I tell you this thing took off fast, jumped up into the air, and literally disappeared, and I'm not talking about like it jumped through some kind of portal. I mean, it jumped just that fast that my eyes couldn't track it. Now listen to me, ever since I heard that interview on the confessionals, I've been kind of keeping up with Dogman encounters, and I've been hearing people say stuff like, I'm gonna fight the Dogman, I'm gonna kill the Dogman. But listen, the thing that I saw looked a lot like a huge spotted hyena with massive legs the size of my upper body. There is no way in hell I would ever try to fight that. And look, that Dogman must have had an appointment with some food somewhere else, because it seemed like it was in a rush, and I'm glad, because it landed less than 10 feet away from me. Had it decided to grab me by the back of the neck and jump off, that's exactly what it could have done. Grabbed me, snatched me up, jumped away, and I would have been gone. Now, when I get home with the sunflowers, I put them in a vase, kiss my wife, we're hugging, happy birthday, baby. I love you. She's so excited about them and grateful and thankful. That's when I explained to her, honey, I'm so glad you like these flowers, because a freaking monster almost smashed me to death while I was trying to pick them for you. Now she's bent over at the waist, laughing at me, calling me silly, but it was not a laughing matter. 10 feet. I mean 10 feet in the wrong direction. It could have landed right on
Bill, I'm in the mood for a switch up. I hit the function, hit the Roadside till I hiccup. I hit the stage and leave with money that's a stick up. She picture perfect, so I told him I'm a flick up. Bill, I'm in the mood for a change up. I leave the city and return with my change up. They got amnesia, don't remember how they played us. They wanna knock me down, but somehow I...
So my entire family is known for being wild and crazy, and no one is more wilder and crazy than my Aunt Bootsy. You know how as a kid during Thanksgiving dinner, there's the adult table and the kids table. Well, the kids used to sit in the kitchen, and everyone else sitting in the dining room. But I always sat closest to the dining room door so I could hear the shit that came out of my Aunt Bootsy's mouth. Wild, crazy stuff. The woman owned an illegal gambling spot, a car wash, all kinds of stuff. I remember one Thanksgiving, my grandfather was telling a story about him taking Aunt Bootsy hog hunting. They search all day for hogs. And when they finally find some, she doesn't want him to kill them because she likes them. He tries to explain to her that these hogs are food, and if given a chance, they will run her over and stab her with their tusks. But she was fearless, even at 11 years old. Takes off running into the field after the hogs, but he's freaking out because one of them is making a beeline running straight for her. And he can't get a shot on the hog because she's in the way. I distinctly remember my grandfather and everyone else at the table laughing as he explained that she stood there screaming at a 250-pound hog, telling it to stop running at her. And the hog stopped. He said in all of his years of hunting, he never ever saw anything like it. Now, as it slowed down and came to a stop, he repositioned, shot it, and killed it because he didn't want his daughter to get hurt. But she was pissed off and didn't speak to him for weeks after that. But that was my Aunt Bootsy. She was fearless, with a sprinkle of crazy. So when I heard the story about her and Dogman from her ex-boyfriend Glenn, I had no doubt it was real, because that's just the type of person Bootsy is. She never allowed herself to be intimidated by anything. And around where we live in Lamar, Arkansas, she's known as Crazy Bootsy. So she starts dating this biker guy named Glenn. Glenn and his boys grow marijuana somewhere off in the Ozark National Forest. Now, my auntie is splitting her time between the illegal gambling and the growing fields with Glenn. One day, the two of them are up there in the forest waiting on his other biker friends to come in and switch out. They've been smoking weed all day, high as a kite, and start to see things moving in the woods. Now, according to Glenn, the biker gang had gotten word that the authorities were on to the fact that they were growing weed. So paranoia kicks in, and the two of them are thinking it's the cops, so they haul ass out of there. And as him and my Aunt Bootsy are running away, they can tell they're being followed. Again, they're thinking it's the police. So Glenn tells her that they need to split up. That way he can take the charges and she can get away. So Glenn splits off, runs away into the woods and starts shooting his gun in the air to get the attention of what he thought were the cops. According to Glenn, he ran for about 10 minutes, and when he stopped to catch his breath, he realized that this ain't the cops. Because the cops don't growl at you, they shoot at you. So now, he's reloading his gun and scanning the woods. And let me pause right here in the story and explain something to you for a moment. You see, Glenn was the real deal. A real biker gang member, convicted felon. He ain't supposed to have no gun. Imagine the scene. He's looking around, trying to see where the growling is coming from, and thinks he sees this head behind the brush. But if the head that he's seeing with his two eyes is right, then there's nothing right about it, if you know what I mean. So now he starts to work his way back in the direction of my Aunt Bootsy, because he's worried about it. And that's when what he described as a jet black walking hyena steps out of the brush. And I will never ever forget the look on Glenn's face as the next words came out of his mouth. He says, "Man, I've been in a lot of shit. Shootouts, fights. I've been stabbed in prison, beaten to inches of my life. And I've never been more afraid than I was at that moment in time looking at this monster." So he takes off running, looking back over his shoulder. It's disappeared. Again, he stops to catch his breath and realizes that this thing is so fast that it's ran past him, flanked him, and cut him off. So he shoots in the air trying to scare it. But it's there, in the brush, just watching him. Now understand, Glenn is standing there looking at this thing in the brush, not knowing what the hell to do, understanding that there's no way he can outrun it. And that's when Aunt Bootsy comes out of nowhere, walking down on it, shooting at it, saying, "You had me doing all this goddamn running because of this werewolf-looking motherfucker?" She empties a magazine in this thing's direction, reloads, and starts shooting again, talking shit, her face beat red. When I asked Glenn why in the hell would my auntie do something like this, he said that she was pissed because it made her afraid, and that it ran off. And as for him, he stood there speechless, in shock, and watched the whole situation unfold. And get this, when it's all said and done, Glenn wanted to leave the woods right then and there. But she insisted that they go back to the growing field and stay there and wait until the people that they were waiting on arrived at the grow site. Now, after Glenn told me the story, I found it 100% believable, because I know how crazy my Aunt Bootsy is. But I decided to ask her about it. And after beating around the bush a bit, I get the question out, so did this really happen? And she says, hell yeah, it happened. And a few days later, it came back, ran a bunch of bikers out of the woods, but her and Glenn could go back anytime they wanted to. And even though there was times that it was in the area, it didn't bother them. According to my Aunt Bootsy, all animals are the same. They measure risk and reward. If they know you're going to kill them and they're cornered, they'll fight to the death. But if you mind your business and leave them alone, they'll leave you alone. She figured it came out to check on them to see what was going on, and when they ran thinking it was the police, it triggered the predator instincts in this animal. And then the minute she realized what it was, she treated it like any other animal. Inflicted some pain. And in her own words, she said, "I made that motherfucker make a decision. You want to eat me? This is what it's going to cost you. Lead."
What are you doing in this room? This is a place for members only. What is wrong with you? Yes, but since you are here, I will give you a tour. Follow me. Over here on this wall is where I keep the heads of all of my enemies. These are my most prized possessions. Yes, right here. Look at him. That is the head of Vic Gundam. You did not know he was black, did you? Yes, many of you have been fooled by him. And over here is the head of the swamp donkey. Yes, he was not a worthy adversary whatsoever. But I took his head nonetheless. And over here in this section are the heads from those from the Bigfoot community who decided to oppose me. Yes, several of them I have turned into zombies. Careful what door you open, for they may come back and try to bite you. And over here, these are some of the very first heads that I have taken. Yes. And over here is the head of the horror narrators that I have taken. Many of them have died who have opposed me. Be careful what you say and careful what you do. You do not want your head to end up on my wall. Put that piece of paper down. Do not look at that. That is the list of the people whose heads I will take in the future. You are way too nosy. You come here, you don't pay any money, but you want to know all the business. Get out of here right now. Go listen to a story. Go. Now, before I take your head.
So before I start this encounter, let me beg you not to judge me. Because some of the stuff I'm about to tell you is really funny. But it wasn't funny at the time because I needed help. For real. I mean, I really needed help. And thanks to my father, I got the help that I needed. And I no longer use drugs. But back then, I was on that Flocka. I started using it while I was in prison for breaking and entering. And that's a whole entire another story. But when I got out, I was addicted. And the problem with Flocka, it sends you through this cycle where you get high and at first you're jittery and anxious. Then you relax for about 30 minutes and next you get paranoid, like people are watching you, even when you're alone. When I was on that Flocka, I would think that there were cameras in the outlet in the house. Then after you get past the paranoia, you become delusional. I mean, for real delusional, thinking that you got superhuman strength and that you can do anything. Now, it was important that I explained that to you so you can understand the dumb shit that I did. But it doesn't excuse it whatsoever. A little bit more about me. I'm a full-fledged country boy. Hell, as a kid I had shoes, but I refused to wear them. Ran around barefooted. Climbed trees barefooted. Went into the store barefooted. I'm the reason why they put the signs outside of the store that says no shoes, no shirt, no service. That's me. Our family has two houses on the property, one towards the front and one towards the back. Now, the house where I live on the back side is run down, and behind that house is nothing but woods and woods for miles. Well, this particular night, I'm high on that Flocka, and I'm going through the cycle that I told you about. I get to the paranoid part, and I feel like someone is outside watching me. Now, if you ever been high on drugs, even something as simple as weed, you know you gotta talk yourself through being high. Kind of to calm your nerves. So I'm walking around the house saying, Jim, ain't nobody out there in them woods, nobody's outside, you just being paranoid. And once we come down from this high, you need to leave this shit alone forever. Now understand, when I tell you Flocka gets you high, it gets you high because I'm there in the house alone with no shirt on and no shoes, holding an entire conversation with myself, literally answering myself, saying, man, you're right, but every time I look out them windows, I see something moving. Now pause. Like I told you, I'm a country boy. We live in the country. There's no window blinds, no curtains, no shades, none of that. And I swear to you, I see what looks like a head pop up into the window, take a look, and then go back down. First, I saw it when I was in the living room. Then I saw it again in the kitchen. And when I went to the bedroom to turn off the television, I saw it out the corner of my eye again. But you gotta understand,
I'm high on that Flocka and I know it. So I'm writing the whole thing off as I'm just being paranoid. But the next thing you know, that paranoia starts to intensify and I get thirsty. So now I'm in the kitchen getting me a glass of water, and I swear to you, I saw something move by the kitchen window. Scared the shit out of me. In my kitchen, there's a hole in the floor about the size of a dinner plate. So I turn off all the lights, lay down on the floor, and listen through that hole. And now I'm hearing footsteps. But again, I'm high on that Flocka, and I know it makes you paranoid. So I lay there on the floor, in the dark, on my stomach, for about 10 minutes, listening. And I can hear clear footsteps outside. And that's when one of the other side effects of that Flocka kicks in. It causes you to get extremely relaxed. So now I'm laying on the floor next to this hole, and all of my muscles begin to relax. My body starts to feel heavy. My lips are laying on the floor, and I start drooling for about 5 minutes. But the entire time I'm laying there on the floor drooling, I still hear those footsteps. And again, I'm on that Flocka, and I've been on it for a long time. So I know I'm going through this relaxation phase. I'm coming out of the paranoia phase. So what I'm hearing is actually real. But right then and there's when the final phase of this high kicks in. And I like to call it the Superman phase. My brain starts talking shit. You done picked the wrong fucking house to come around talking about robbing. Must be out your fucking mind round here messing with me. Now I'm up, moving around, looking for my shotgun. I find the gun but drop the shells all over the ground. I'm in the bedroom. The only light on in the house is the light in the hallway. Imagine the scene. I'm there, bending down, picking up the shells, when out of the corner of my eye, I see this head pop up again. And it looked to me like a damn Bigfoot head. We have them Bigfoots around here, and I have seen them Bigfoots. But again, let me remind you, I'm high on that Flocka. So inside of my head, it's not right. I'm saying, this motherfucking Bigfoot gonna come up here and run up on my house? No, I'm gonna go outside and I'm finna shoot you in the dick. So now I'm standing there loading the shotgun, walk out of the bedroom, turn off the lights in the hallway, go to the back side of the house, turn on the back floodlights, go to the front side of the house, turn on the front floodlights, head outside, make a left, go around the side of the house, and when I get to the side of my house, it ain't no damn Bigfoot. This thing is 7 feet tall, black as midnight, so black that the lights from the side of the house are hitting his fur, and it looks as if that light is being absorbed by this fur. Now looking at it, it's a black wolf standing on his hind legs with this gigantic snout, and this thing is looking at me like, what is your little ass about to do? Now let me pause right here in the story and say this to you and remind you again. I'm high on that Flocka, nowhere near in my right mind. And my high ass decides to raise that shotgun, and I say out loud, if you don't get from around here, I'm gonna shoot you in your dick. And as I'm raising that shotgun, its demeanor changes, its lips curl up, showing its teeth, and you can see the intensity in its eyes change. But when I squeezed the trigger, I realized that I did not chamber a round. So now I am chambering a round, and it takes off running into the woods. And again, let me remind you, I'm high on that Flocka, so I go chasing into the woods after it. Mind you, I have nothing on but a pair of shorts, and I run 25 to 30 yards into the damn woods chasing after this thing. Imagine the scene. I'm there in the darkness, that Flocka is still in my head, making me think I'm invincible, and I hear this thing circling back, coming in my direction. So I head towards the sound. Now, when I get to that area, there's nothing there, but I hear it circling around behind me again. So I head back in that direction. Listen, I'm in the woods for a solid 10 minutes in pitch black darkness, looking for this thing. And then I start to hear this voice in the back of my head. It sounds like someone screaming underwater, trying to communicate with me. And I know what it is. It's my damn common sense trying to talk to me. That's what that Flocka does to you. It suppresses all common sense. But I hear this screaming in the back of my head, and it gets louder and louder and louder and louder. And then it becomes clear, saying, hey, it's more than one of them out here. Now that's when I come down from that high and come back to all of my senses, looking around, and realize that I am outside in the dark in the night with a damn werewolf. And it may just be more than one. Listen to me when I tell you reality hit me like somebody dropped a piano out a third-story window and smashed me to death. Turned around and ran my half-naked ass into the house, turned off all the lights, made sure the doors were locked, and then I climbed into my attic and stayed there until morning. That following morning, over breakfast, I had a conversation with myself. And I realized I needed some damn help. This Flocka had me all messed up. I could have died last night on this shit. So I hop in my truck, drive up to the front side of the property, knock on the door, and I sit down and I tell my father that I am addicted to drugs and I need help. But understand, we didn't have no money for rehab. So my loving father locked me into a bedroom for 15 days, fed me, and made sure that I was all right while I detoxed off that Flocka. And understand, when you're detoxing off of something like this, you act absolutely crazy. That man, who I love with all my heart, went through that with me. And when the 15 days were over and I re-emerged from that room as his son, he simply hugged me and told me that he loved me. 4 days later, he helped me get a job. And I've been off them drugs ever since.
Good. You are back here in the dark waters with me. This story has come from a couple who have had a lot of difficulty in their marriage. Ladies, if you are listening to me right now, and your husband is unemployed, but he is constantly searching for a job, understand that that man is in a real sensitive emotional state. Yes, he is insecure. And if you want your relationship to last, do not do anything to make him any more insecure. Do your best to help him get back on his feet and then move on together as you are supposed to. Don't do what this couple right here did. It ended up with him almost being murdered by a dogman. Listen to my warnings and heed my advice, for I know all things. And soon you will understand how much I do know. But for now, enjoy this story. Wait, some of you are retarded, and I need to speak out on this. I released the story recapping all of the stories for the previous week. And then you comment saying you have heard the stories before. The title says it is a recap. I understand that you rode on the slow bus and that you are so short that you can sit and kick your legs on the curb, but I do not allow that stupidity here. You have been banned. And if you return, I will chop your head off and put it on a pike. I will not even mount it on my wall. Yes, don't anger me with your foolishness. Think before you speak, or leave now.
So before this happened, the whole Dogman werewolf thing, there was no way that you could have gotten me to believe that that was actually real. Nope, no sir, no way at all. My neighbor came over one day and told me that he saw something crazy on his property. Now he was genuinely frightened and the man was scared to explain what he saw. And when he did, I'm not gonna lie to you, I wasn't rude, I wasn't an asshole, but I wasn't exactly understanding either. Then I saw one of these things for myself. And as I was running away from it, I said, self, this couldn't possibly be real. I done moved into this damn house that I don't want to be in, and there's a damn werewolf out in the backyard. Now, with that being said, let me explain a little bit about the situation to you. When this went down, for the previous 2 years, I had been unemployed. Lost my job and one of the factories shut down, and I was searching for something else. The issue was that every job that I was highly trained for was out of state. And in the meantime, my wife, who made good money, ended up getting a raise, and then she decided we needed to move closer to her job. And then, adding insult to injury, her boss allows us to live in one of his houses rent free. So when I first heard this from my wife, I had a terrible gut feeling. And I told her about it. I said, no, we need to stay where we are. We're in a good neighborhood. We have good friends. We don't need to go anywhere. But she insisted and insisted, then got an attitude, then stopped speaking to me. And finally, I relented and we moved outside the city of Houston to a small little area into a house that was owned by her boss, who she worked with closely on a daily basis. Then, if that wasn't enough of a dig and a bruise to my ego, that same boss decides that he's going to buy us a brand new riding lawnmower. I tell my wife we do not need to accept this gift, we need to give it back to him, but she insists that it would be rude to give the lawnmower back. Understand, this is a $5,000 riding lawnmower. And I tell her over and over again, baby, I just don't feel comfortable doing this. And then the attitude comes out and she says that I'm unappreciative for the blessings that are coming my way. Well, I take that $5,000 lawnmower that was still in the box, get it loaded onto the back of my truck, drive it off into Houston and sell it. Take a part of that cash, buy a used lawnmower, and put the rest of the cash. So now I'm feeling good about myself. I done slighted the man who at this point in time I still got a bad gut feeling about him and my wife. And I'm out on this used riding lawnmower cutting the grass. It's Friday, 4 p.m. I'm on the far back side of the property. Had headphones on trying, to stay out of my head. Because like I told you earlier, part of me was insecure about being unemployed. And the whole situation I found myself in was just awkward, weird, and strange. And then on top of that, I got this slick son of a bitch who's doing stuff technically for both of us, but in my gut, I just feel like he's trying to screw my wife. And if that wasn't enough for you, either my wife was being completely and totally naive, or she had already jumped out the window and started cheating on me with him. Listen, I'm just telling you all the things that were going through my mind while I was cutting that grass. Therefore, the reason why I was wearing those headphones, listening to rock music. I'm riding along, cutting that grass. And then I noticed that the trees on the backside of the property start to shake violently. So violently that they look like they're going to fall over. And they're all shaking successively, moving away from me. Now, mind you, I didn't believe in Dogman, werewolves, BIGFOOT, none of that type of stuff at this point in time. But nonetheless, this was absolutely crazy to me. So I take off my headphones. Now I can hear this scratching in the trees, but it's moving further and further away. Well, I decide it's probably good to go see exactly what's going on, so I walk into the woods about 15 feet. And you know how earlier I was telling you that I get these gut feelings? Well, my gut is screaming at me, yo, this is really, really bad. You need to get the hell away from here. Because now the trees about 60, 70 yards away from me start shaking and rocking and swaying. But this time, just shaking, rocking, and swaying back in my direction. And listen to me when I tell you that this is one of the most terrifying things I've ever seen. Now, the distance from the spot where I was standing to the back door of the house was about a solid 75 yards. And I'm not going to lie to you, I take off running full sprint on my way back to that house. Didn't even see anything at first. All I needed to see were those trees shaking. I get about 25 yards away from my back door and glance over my shoulder, and one of those trees is literally bent all the way over to where the top of the tree is touching the ground, and climbing down out of that tree is what everybody describes as a Dogman. But to me, I'm going to call it a big old werewolf, because that's what it looked like, a big damn werewolf. Listen, scared me so much, I ran straight into the house, through the side door, into the garage, cranked up my car, pulled off, and left. 25 minutes later, I'm back in my old neighborhood, sitting outside talking to my best friend Heath, who used to work at the factory with me, explaining to him what the hell I just saw, and he is just looking at me like I'm crazy. Then I call my wife at work and try to explain to her what just happened, but she's busy. She's listening, but not listening. And I tell her, babe, it's not a good idea for you to go back home. Come over here and meet me at Heath's house and we'll go home together. Like I told you, she's not listening. She's there trying to hold a conversation with me and talk to someone else in the background. We hang up the phone and now I'm sitting there contemplating what I should do. I didn't even want to be in this damn house in the first place. And now I learned that we got a goddamn werewolf in our backyard. Listen, my wife gets off for normally about 5:55, 6 o'clock. She gets home about 6:20. Now, I thought I was leaving early enough to beat her home. My plan was just to sit in the car in the driveway, and when she pulled up, to get out and explain to her that we need to leave. But I get caught in traffic. Don't get home to 6:45. While I'm driving up the street to the house, she calls me on the cell phone saying she needs to talk to me about something very important. And so now I'm thinking that my old lady is about to break up with me. But when I pull up to the house, she says, "Have you been in the backyard?" And I tell her, yes, I was in the backyard cutting grass, and I told you there was a monster that came out of the tree. She says, "No, go and look in the backyard right now." So now I'm walking through the front door, out the back door, into the yard, and that entire lawnmower, the big riding lawnmower I told you about earlier, that son of a bitch is broken, smashed into pieces, spread all over the yard. And then she tries to tell me that I'm the one who did that because I'm insecure about her boss getting us this house and helping us get the lawnmower. Understand the scenario. I am standing with my back to the house, facing those trees where that damn werewolf came from. She is standing in front of me with her back to those trees where that werewolf came from. And I'm calmly saying to her, "Baby, would you turn around and look and tell me if you think that I could smash that thing into those little bitty pieces?" So you're trying to tell me that I could take the propeller off the bottom of that lawnmower and bend it and stab it into the ground? Really? You think I'm that strong? Now, as we're standing there arguing back and forth, those trees begin to sway again. I see them way off in the distance. They're swaying, coming this way. So now I'm gently pulling her by her hand and saying, "Babe, we need to finish this conversation in the house." But she insists that we need to stand right here and talk this out. I tell her again, "Baby, I know you don't believe what I'm saying to you." I tell her, "Baby, I know you don't believe what I'm saying to you, but I'm telling you we need to go into this house right now because there is some weird shit going on out here. Please listen to me and come in this house." Imagine the scene. The trees are shaking behind her and her voice is saying blah, 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 because I'm focused on those trees. And I realize the only way to get this woman to come into the house is if I storm off. So I turn around and say, "Fuck it, I'm going inside. Stay out here if you want to." Sure enough, as I turn and start storming off, she follows me into the house, closing the door behind her. And once that door closes, I grab her by her shoulders, turn her around, push her literally into the door, and tell her, "Look out there and tell me what you see." My wife sees those trees shaking back and forth like King Kong is holding those bitches and using them for pom-poms. Turns around with her eyes wide open and says, "What is going on?" That's when I tell her, "It's time for me and you to go. I will explain it to you later. Get your car keys. We are going to Heath's house to stay for the night." When we finally leave that neighborhood and get to my friend Heath's house, his wife and my wife are in the kitchen talking. He and I are on the back patio having beers, and I'm explaining to him all the drama that has just transpired. And that's when Heath goes into this diabolical line of questioning, saying, "So, you're worried about your wife's boss trying to screw her, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I don't think that whole situation is kosher. I think he's trying to bust a move and do what he's doing, right?" And he says, "So he's the one who lets you live in the house rent-free?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's strange. He wants us to live in his house, almost like he's taking care of my woman for me." Understand, Heath is sitting there, nodding his head up and down, like, yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Then he says, "And it was her boss that bought the riding lawnmower, right?" And I say, "Yeah, he broke every male boundary he could." His next question is, "So your neighbor saw something weird as well, right?" And I'm like, "Yes." He was like, "Now let me ask you a question about your neighbor. How does your neighbor cut his grass? Does he use a riding lawnmower? Does he use a push lawnmower? What does he use?" And that's when it dawns on me. My neighbor, the one who said he saw the werewolf thing as well, he didn't use a lawnmower with a motor. He used one of those old school circular push blade grass cutters. And in fact, the only other two people on the street, when I saw them cutting grass, they were using his push blade mower. That's when Heath rocks back in his chair, takes a sip of his beer, and says, I think there's a little bit more to this than you realize, my friend. He says, you see, I'm willing to bet you her boss that owns that property knows that there's something bad off in those woods, and he's experienced it himself. And I'm pretty sure that he knows and understands that running a lawnmower in that neighborhood pisses whatever lives off in those woods completely and totally off. But yet, he bought you a brand new lawnmower. And as Heath is talking to me, explaining this from his perspective, it starts to dawn on me. He might be right. This dude, her boss, might have been trying to whack me this whole time. And those same words came out of Heath's mouth. He says, you know what, brother? I think it was something more nefarious going on. I think he was trying to kill you. And after he killed you, his plan was to take your wife. I'm a retired Air Force pilot. Flew missions all over the world. My plane? A AC-130 Spooky. My job was to provide air support to ground troops during battle. Now, before I say anything else, I want to be clear with you. There is only so much I'm willing to share with you about this encounter. Why? Because I'm retired and I don't want anybody messing with my money. But what I will tell you is this. Number one, we were operating in the vicinity of Kandahar. And no, we were nowhere near the quote-unquote giant caves. We had been called in to provide air support for this particular mission. Why? Because the combatants were on top of a mountain dug in to the point to where it was damn near impossible to get them out of there. However, my Dogman sighting, our Dogman sighting, had nothing to do with the mission. We were still en route to the location and began to run tests on our equipment. It's nighttime outside. We're checking night vision and thermal. Down below, we pick up 2 trucks on a thermal. They're driving on a dirt road. So we pretend to use them as targets, switching from thermal to night vision and back to thermal, going through our system checks. Then turning the cameras off of them, scanning the area, going back through our checks, and going into the process of retargeting. The cameras had been off of them for about 3 to 4 minutes. And when we finally retarget those vehicles again, you can see these 4 animals. Now, I can't say they were wolves, but what I can tell you is this. They were dogs literally the size of the trucks. It's 4 of them running on an angle to intercept these trucks. Myself and the entire crew watch as they ram, flip, then take the passengers out of the first truck, turn their attention from the first truck, run down the second truck, which is full of women and children, ram it, and begin to take people out of that truck. And the whole incident was over within 10 minutes. Everybody's dead. Listen to me when I tell you I didn't know creatures like this existed. And looking back on the situation, I wish there was more we could have done for those people, but there was nothing that we can do. And understand when I tell you that this is forever etched and sketched into my mind, once seeing something like that, you can absolutely never unsee it. It all started when Old Face Larry, my friend, came running down the road saying, man, I don't know what the hell I just seen, but whatever it was, man, that shit not right. Listen, we call him Old Face Larry because he looks like an old man, even though he's aged 18. Larry played basketball, so he would go out on these long 5-mile runs on the back roads between Lumberton, Mississippi and Poplarville, Mississippi. Well, he had just finished one of those runs, and honestly, I've never seen Larry breathing this hard. That's when he says, man, there was something out there running in the woods while I was running on the road, and it looked like a fucking werewolf. We laughed, thinking he done lost his damn mind, right? But Larry insists that he's not joking, so I foolishly suggest that we take the pickup truck and head back up there. Understand, my oldest brother Ross had this beat up red pickup truck, so we all pile up in that pickup truck and head back up the road to the location. Now, when we get to the spot, you can see a towel, a bottle of water, and keys. And that's when Larry starts screaming, saying, yeah, right there is where I saw it. Scared me so much, I dropped everything and just took off running. So we all climb out of the truck, get his stuff, and we're just standing there, staying close to the truck but looking around. Now get this, I'm scanning the trees and the bushes, but I'm looking low to the ground. When I turn and look in Larry's direction, he has this look of fear on his face, man. And yes, Larry is staring straight into the woods. So my eyes trace his eyes, and I realize that he's looking up at the branches of the tree. We're talking about 10 to 13 feet in the air. And it was hard to see at first, but when you took a close look, you could see these huge yellow eyes staring back at us. And by huge, I mean big as the bottom of that water bottle. Those yellow eyeballs darting back and forth, looking at each and every one of us. That's when Larry says, do you see it? Do you see it? Now, listen to me. As much as I wanted to think that Larry had lost his mind, nope, not at all. I saw those giant yellow eyes. So we all pile in the truck and get the hell out of there. Larry is sitting there in a cold sweat. And that's when he reveals to us that he saw a second one on the opposite side of the road while he was climbing back into the truck. Now, imagine the scene. There's three of us sitting in my brother's red truck, parked in a driveway, when Ross comes out of the front door, and I guess he could tell that something was wrong, because he says, what the hell is wrong with you boys? And when we try to explain to my older brother what we experienced, he just starts laughing at us. Boy, y'all stupid. I can't believe y'all went down there. You know what you saw. You know what you saw, right? We're like, no, what was it? He says, that's the Wolfmen. They've been around here since before these towns was built. Your stupid ass is lucky it didn't eat you. Give me my keys and get the hell out of my truck before you get it messed up. Now, as we're climbing out of Ross's truck and I'm handing him the keys, he says, listen, y'all might as well go ahead on and take off all those clothes, including your underwear. Put them in a brown paper bag, take them out back, and burn them. That way them Wolfmen don't come over here to our house. We don't need that kind of shit over here at our house. Go ahead on and burn it right now. And guess what? Within the next 30 minutes, we had changed clothes and burnt everything that we had on, including my Nike tennis shoes. Now let me explain something to you. I got to give old face Larry all the credit in the world. He's a brave man. Because me, I never went anywhere near that area again. But you see, Larry had ambitions of being a college basketball player. And this crazy fool went running down that same road the following week. When I asked him if he had seen anything crazy or strange or felt anything weird, Larry said no. He prayed about it and he took off running. Looking back on it all, Larry's efforts paid off because he got a full basketball scholarship to the University of Arizona. As for me, I ended up working at a chicken plant.
This story was told to me by my wife, and it actually happened to one of her friends. The man this happened to is a large, no-nonsense security guard. A really quiet dude who likes to joke and isn't dramatic. My wife tells me that it's weird for him to tell a story and to not have it end with a punchline. So early in November, somewhere in Dublin, Virginia, Paul was walking through the woods toward his tree stand. It was deer season. He excitedly arrived at the tree stand and took a seat at the top. Paul settled in and got comfortable. The only sounds he could hear were leaves scattering as they were blown around in the wind. That morning it was absolutely still. In his words, it was damn peaceful. After a time, he fell asleep. Paul jerked awake at the sound of scratching at the base of his tree. He said it was like a large cat or bear was stretching against the tree, putting its weight forward and scraping the bark off to mark its territory. Maybe a black bear or even a cougar. No way it was a deer though, and whatever it was standing directly under him. He leaned over the tree stand, trying to see what it was. As he did, it rushed away in the opposite direction and went behind the tree, just out of sight, leaves loudly crunching under its feet as it went. Paul waited to see what it would do, gun ready. If it was a bear, it might try to climb up the tree, and he might have to shoot it. He thought it might be easiest to scare it off before it got aggressive. He aimed his gun up and fired a warning shot. The blast echoed over the forest and everything became still again. He didn't describe it as being peaceful this time. This time he called it fucking eerie. Nothing climbed up the tree as he had feared, but nothing ran from behind the tree as he had hoped. Nothing moved at all, just leaves swirling around in the wind. Paul began to wonder if it was a person instead of an animal, maybe someone who was trying to play a trick on him but was too scared of being shot to move now. He shouted, "Hey!" No response. He shouted again, "Come out! Say something! I don't want to shoot you, but I will if you don't say anything." Again, nothing. He waited and thought animals don't stay still for this long and it might be safe to come down. Paul slowly stood up and stepped onto the crude wooden step nailed on the side of the tree. As his foot touched the step, he heard someone move around to the other side of the tree. He decided that being afraid was not the best thing to do in this situation, and instead of panicking, Paul waited. Unfortunately, the other thing was just as patient as him, and he waited too. Neither moved as the sun changed positions and afternoon changed to dusk. Paul realized he had to pee, and if there was going to be a struggle, he could at least choose not to have it in the darkness. Paul stood and stepped onto the ladder again, and again the other thing scrambled around to the other side of the tree. He froze for a moment and then steadied himself and climbed down quickly, stumbling at the bottom, trying to ready his weapon, pointing it out, holding it tight against his shoulder. He walked backwards, stepping through the leaves, and he could hear it moving like it was trying to stay hidden. Paul circled the tree until he was standing under the tree stand, and he noticed the scratches, running parallel, 6 deep gashes in the tree. As he was looking at the marks left by the other thing, he saw a red arm. No mistake that it was a man, a red man. Paul was clear on this. I don't mean red like it was a Native American Indian, I mean he was red like a stop sign, like the devil is red. Paul lowered his gun and stepped backward, and as he did, the red man stepped out from behind the tree. He was completely naked and smiling huge, his teeth showing white the size of baseball cards in crooked patterns. His eyes were vacant and menacing. The red man never blinked as he stared. Paul took a step forward, and as he did, the red man mirrored his actions exactly. Paul took a step back, and the red man froze for a minute, but then moved forward. Paul raised his gun and pointed it at the red man. "Stay back!" he shouted. The red man began to walk towards him. Paul scrambled backward. He wasn't ready to shoot, not at another person. Paul stepped back and slung his rifle over his shoulder and began to run in the direction of his truck. He glanced over his shoulder and saw that the red man was just standing there, staring at him. He slowed down and watched the red man shrink as he moved away from him, smiling and naked. Paul lost sight of him a moment later, and it was dark by the time he reached his truck. He said, "Sometimes I lay awake, worrying if I'll see the red man again. Whoever he was, he let me go."
The witness was on his way home near Norway, Iowa, late one night after work. He almost always walked the train tracks because they were a straight shot towards the house. These train tracks ran past a cemetery which was alleged to be haunted, an old settler's cemetery. It's already dark and has been so for a few hours. There was no moon that night. As he walks near the cemetery, he starts hearing muffled footsteps behind him, but doesn't think much of it. Plenty of other guys walk home this way as well. So he keeps going and the footsteps get louder and louder. About midway past the cemetery, he gets nervous and the steps are getting closer. So he turns to look behind him. According to the witness, he saw a goat man, or the devil himself. He describes this thing as a man who basically had goat hooves and horns along the lines of the mythical Pan, and this thing was heading straight for him. Reportedly, all the snow around this creature was instantly melting as it walked through. The witness runs screaming like a banshee. He hears the clopping of the beast's footsteps behind him speed up to catch him as he's running. Finally, he gets past the graveyard and he sees the thing stop right at the edge of the cemetery. He continues running, stops to look back, and the beast just vanishes. One of his older co-workers confided that there was a tale about a goat man many years ago. It was supposedly a Polish immigrant who disappeared one night but returned as a creature several years later. There had been UFO and strange being reports around the same time the man had vanished.
So I've been hunting the big woods my entire life. And until recently, I never had anything strange happen to me while I was in the woods. Then all of a sudden, it was as if I had pissed off Mother Nature herself. On this particular day, I'm walking through the woods, tracking down a deer that I had just shot. And a tree starts to fall in my direction. Luckily, that tree hits other tree limbs, begins to spin and roll, and falls about 35 yards away from me. Now understand, trees in the woods just don't fall by themselves. That scared me enough for that day to run me out of there. About a week later, I'm back in the big woods, and this time it's quiet. I mean, way too freaking quiet. But there's signs of deer everywhere. However, it's unusual sign. And by that I mean normally you see the sign of 1 or 2 deers. Now I'm standing there looking at the sign of what looks like about 20 to 25 deer. I stopped counting at 25. So I'm excited following that sign. Problem is, it's taking me deeper and deeper into the big woods. In fact, I'm going deeper than I've ever been. But I figure as long as I can get out of there before the sun goes down, I'll be fine. Imagine a scene, me slowly moving along, and I spot a doe. And for the first time ever in my 42 years of hunting, a doe runs directly towards me, passes me up by 15 yards, and stops right behind me out in the open. In all my years of hunting, I have never experienced anything like this. So I'm standing there looking at the doe, and it's looking past me into the wood line. Now pause right here in the story. Let me give you this tidbit of information. I never ever had heard of Dogman, didn't know anything like that existed. But boy, was I about to find out. The doe stands there for a few seconds and then takes off running. So I keep moving forward in the direction that it came from, thinking to myself, okay, if it's one around here, it's got to be more. So I keep moving and I come along this thick wall of brush. I'm talking about a super thick wall. Standing there in front of that wall, I got 2 options, to go left or go right. Looking at the ground, you see nothing but deer sign, all of it heading to the left. So I start in that direction, walking for a good 60 or 70 yards, circling, trying to get around this wall of brush. And that's when that little voice in the back of my head starts to talk to me. You know that little voice, the one that questions you when you're doing stupid stuff? Well, that little voice starts to say, hold on, Arthur, hold on. You're going to need to stop and think about this for a moment. Because up ahead, there's definitely an opening in that brush. However, right there at that opening, it starts to curve to the right and go inward. But then there's this gap right there, about 15 to 20 yards to the left is where the brush picks up. And you can tell that even from a distance, all that deer sign is leading right into that opening. Now, as I'm standing there looking at this, that little voice in my head starts saying, hold up, don't move. This don't look normal. Now, if you've ever spent time in the woods before, you know that there's things that grow naturally. But this didn't look natural. Now, looking down at all of the deer sign, it looked like some type of funnel, as if all of these deers had been flushed in this direction. When they hit this thick wall of brush, they were then funneled to the left, and naturally they ran right into that opening. Standing there for a moment, I say to myself, no, this is not right. This is not right. And what made the whole situation worse and really gave me the heebie-jeebies was when I looked behind me. 35 yards behind me, that doe that had ran off is there looking at me like, if I was you, I wouldn't go in there because you ain't coming back out. So instead of going into that opening, I keep going straight and follow that outer wall, moving around. And that wall begins to curve. Again, confirming to me that something about this is not natural whatsoever. As I'm walking along, I come to this first opening. I mean, a perfectly cut circle in the middle of that brush, but it's too high. I'm 6'2". This is 8 feet in the air. So I keep walking. And finally, I come across another opening in the brush. About the size of my head, it's at chest level. I look down and through that opening, and on the other side of this brush, I see 15 to 20 deer all herded in a circle, just standing there, eyes wide open, like they're scared out of their mind. Looking to the left and looking to the right, I can't see anything else. Listen to me when I tell you what happened next. Scared me so much I damn near shit myself in the middle of the woods. And I heard this thing before I saw it. There was no mistaking what I was hearing. It was walking on the other side of that thick brush. 2 legs, clearly soft, bipedal walking. And I heard this thing step, 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 step. Like I said, they were soft, but it was so quiet I could hear it. Then I saw the snout first, 10 inches long. It slowly moves past that opening, then rotates to the left and downward, revealing this giant yellow eye. Oh, you want to know the size? I can make you clearly understand what I was looking at. It's real easy. Take your hand, palm up, make a fist. You see that area between your thumb and your pointer finger? How it makes a circle? Well, that whole area was the same size as this eyeball. Now, confronted by this, at first my mind tells me that I'm hallucinating. Then that eyeball blinks and looks past me. And look, I'm not a person that swears whatsoever. My mama used to beat us for swearing. But I remember saying, son of a bitch, stepping back, and then this deep, guttural growl. I mean, it was so deep. You know how they say I was shaking in my boots? Well, that's how deep this growl was. I felt it in my feet. And after that, I ran. Now, I know you're not supposed to run from anything in the woods, especially something like that. But I couldn't help it. I ran. I ran for like 10 minutes as fast as I could. And when I was out of breath, I turned, raised my rifle, and began to walk backwards, step by step. And understand, this ain't no short distance that I was moving. And what really spooked the hell out of me was how quiet it was. I'm walking backwards, and every step seemed like it echoed louder and louder. Look, I can't tell you how far I walked backwards, but I can tell you this. It got to the point where the woods came back alive. Birds chirping, squirrels in trees. But even then, I was so scared, I kept walking backwards. And once my heart rate had slowed down, I had fully caught my breath, I turned and took off running again. Now, looking back on it, I'm pretty sure there were no other human beings in the woods with me at that point in time. But had there been someone in the woods, had them seen me running, I'm pretty sure it would have been very, very embarrassing. But I was scared out of my mind. And honestly, it could have been 1,000 people watching me. I didn't give a damn. By the time I get back to my truck, I'm drenched in sweat. My hair is wet. There is sweat dripping off my nose, running down my chin. And at this point in time, I'm not sure if what I was experiencing was paranoia or pareidolia. But I'm about to crank my truck up. We're looking over into the woods for a split second. I see 2 big yellow eyes looking back at me. Again, understand at that moment in time, I'm scared out of my mind. I could have been seeing things. But what happened 3 days later, I'm 100% sure wasn't me being paranoid, nor was it pareidolia. I'm at home, and home is about 25 miles away from where I park to enter the woods. It's 10 p.m. My son and I are watching TV. I go to the bathroom to take a leak. You know how you have that little small window in your bathroom? I'm peeing and I see movement out of that window. When I turn on the light, I swear to you, I saw those same giant yellow eyes staring back at me for a split second. But the next morning, I'll go out to that side of the house and don't see any tracks. I know what I saw in those woods. I know it was real. And I also know what I saw at my house that was real. But what confuses the hell out of me to this day is that the ground outside of my house by that window is always moist and always wet because I have a leaky faucet on the outside of that house that has this continuous drip that keeps that area moist. And there were absolutely no prints. I'm telling you, that confused the hell out of me. But listen to me when I say this to you. I'm not a church-going man at all. I have a Bible in my house, but I'm not the one to sit there and read it all day long. But what I will tell you is this. I thank God that that thing that I saw in the woods and outside of that window hasn't been back to my house since. And I'm hoping it never ever shows up again. So now I'm alone in this dilapidated house, blindfolded. Now understand the situation. In this present moment, right now, as I tell you this story, I now know it was not any of my frat brothers playing tricks on me. I know that what was outside of that house was real. But back then, I thought it was all a part of me being hazed. Hearing them all simultaneously running out of the house to their cars, the engines cranking up and driving off. So like I said, I'm all alone. I done took off the blindfold and it's pitch black. There's these few small rays of moonlight coming in through these dirty windows. Stepping forward, the wooden floor creaks and groans like something out of a horror movie. I'm there, feeling my way around in the dark and realize that I'm at the top of a staircase. Slowly working my way down these old stairs, waiting for one of them to pop out and scare the shit out of me. And that's when I hear the breathing. And by breathing, I mean like a dog panting heavily after running for a long distance. You know how your dogs pant that? I'm hearing that coming from outside as clear as day. Difference is, this dog panting had to be a big dog. Then you hear this deep inhale and a growl. Now listen to me when I say this to you. It was right then and there, in that moment, that growl was still going on. Well, it finally crossed my mind that maybe, just maybe, everything they told me about this place was true. This really might just be the house where Rougarou killed an entire family. And that's when this fear starts to descend on me like a cloud of black smoke. I mean, this fear that was down to the bones. So now, I'm feeling my way around in the dark, working my way down the steps, and I done made up in the back of my mind, I don't really give a shit whether they're in this house or not, whether they're hazing me or not. I'm just not comfortable being here anymore. So now I work my way to the side of the house, out the door, and I'm headed towards my vehicle, and I start to hear this popping sound. You know how it sounds when you crack your knuckles? It was a lot like that, but it was way louder, and it sounded like these were the biggest knuckles on the planet. I'm about 15 feet away from my vehicle, reach into my pocket, hit the key fob, the headlights come on, and when I glance back over my shoulder, there it is. A black wolf. I'm talking about blacker than midnight black wolf. Red eyes. And I know in most people's Dogman encounters, they focus on the eyes, but I'm telling you, for me, what I saw were the teeth. These huge canine teeth with saliva dripping off the top teeth, down its lips, and off its chin. So now I'm running to the car, hopping in, cranking it up, and I won't be clear with you, I hit 2 or 3 trees trying to drive this vehicle down that road backwards. And when I was finally back on campus and safe, I went to the frat house, told them what I saw, and I'm still kind of trying to rationalize it in my mind. I'm like, so how were you guys able to like create a wolf that big with saliva dripping from his teeth? Then that bastard Sylvester that I told y'all about earlier says, that's really where the Rougarou lives. Then, as he's in the process of tossing me a beer, says, we thought you were going to be a missing person. For real. We didn't think you were going to make it out of there. Now listen, I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer. I will admit that to you. Right then and there, I should have been pissed off. But it didn't register in my mind exactly what he was saying until hours later when I'm at home in bed, terrifying, replaying the events of the night all over in my mind. These dudes not only knew that the place that they were taking me to was known for having a Rougarou there, but they had to see the Rougarou while I was blindfolded. Then they decided that they were going to all, in unison, run away, get in their cars, and leave, leaving me standing there all by myself, blindfolded with the Rougarou outside. Like I told you, I was laying in bed when I had this epiphany and came to a realization as to what they had done. So I got out of my bed, got into my car, drove over to Sylvester's apartment, knocked on a door, and punched him in his fucking face. Bitch, you were trying to kill me. So I've been listening to Dogman stories for years, and to be clear, I'm not a Dogman bleeding heart. I think that if these creatures show up and they try to harm you, you should kill them. And I believe they can be killed, but I'm not willing to risk my life to prove it to anyone. With that said, I never thought that I would ever have an encounter. I was not looking for Dogman. I'm not going full retard. I'm just minding my damn business, and wham, there it is. It's a Saturday night. I'm headed to the bar to meet my best friend who has been talking trash about beating my ass in billiards. The little dive bar where he likes to shoot darts and play pool is in Livingston, Kentucky. So I take Interstate 75 north and I exit Highway 25. It's about 7:30 p.m. I'm driving along that road and I see what looks like a bear on the side of the road. We have bears here in Kentucky, so I slow down. I don't want to hit no bear in my brand new Ford Ranger. Well, as I get closer and closer, I can tell it has something in its mouth. It's shaking its head back and forth, like ripping into it with its teeth. So now I slow down and stop about 45 yards away, thinking, okay, this bear's gonna see my headlights and scurry off into the woods. Just then another car comes up the road, heading in my direction. I see it moving. Then the car slams on its brakes and starts in reverse. Now mind you, I have a view of this thing's back, and it has no tail. It looks just like a bear. Then it stands up, and I'm like, holy shit, this is Dogman. Because I can see the hocks and the crazy looking legs, and even the male genitalia hanging down. Now remember, that car which was headed in my direction is now backing up on the road, and this thing takes off running after the car. Now I'm freaking out. And as I'm putting my truck in reverse to turn around, cutting the wheel, and then spinning it back in the opposite direction, I accidentally blow my horn, and motherfucker, I damn near gave myself a heart attack trying to drive out of there. I just knew I had got its attention, and it turned around and it was coming in my direction. Now imagine the scene. I literally had the pedal to the metal, heading back down 25 to get to 75, looking in the rearview mirror, and I don't see anything. Listen, when I get home, Camden calls me, asking me where I'm at, and I tell him he's going to need to come my way if we plan on playing pool tonight, because I just seen some weird, freaky shit on the road, and I'm not driving in the Livingston. He talks a whole lot of trash about how I'm a coward and how I'm making up excuses and how I'm avoiding this ass whooping, and that he's going to come south my way and kick my ass in pool. I'm like, cool, but I tell him, listen, take 75, don't take 25. Well, of course, Cam doesn't listen. He takes 25, and when he gets to the bar, he's all freaked out about this accident that he saw. He's trying to figure out how in the hell someone could manage to back their car off the road and get it lodged between two trees. He then goes on to tell me that there were state troopers on the scene, and for some reason they had their guns drawn while they were on the side of the road. Now, Camden knows that I'm in the Dogman, and when I told him what I saw, he didn't believe me. But get this, a few days later, I'm talking to my cousin who's a sheriff, and I ask him about the accident, and he tells me that it's all hush-hush. But the state trooper who arrived on the scene first was attacked by some kind of wolf, shot it 6 times with a rifle, and it did nothing. Then that same state trooper got in trouble, something about the rifle and the ammunition, and was put on suspension. According to my cousin, everybody in law enforcement was talking about this incident. There is no way on the planet I could ever forget or get over my Dogman encounter. It happened outside of Gainesville, Florida, November 21st, 2021. I'm out in the woods hunting for hogs. I had been there since 5:30 that morning, sitting in my tree stand. Right at around 8:30, I hear this rumbling in the brush, and out into the clearing that I hunt regularly spring 13 deer. Now let me ask you a question. Can you ever remember a time in your life where things were so good that it was scary? The words "too good to be true" came to mind as I was sitting there watching all these deer flood out into the clearing. Imagine the scene, me sitting there in my tree stand, rifle in hand, afraid to take a shot because I'm just not quite sure what the hell is going on. You see, these deer seem to be preoccupied with the wood line that they just came running out of. And if you're a person who's ever been outdoors hunting, you can tell when the animal is jittery, like they're just right on the edge of bolting off. That's how each and every one of them were. All of their heads turning, looking behind them into the wood line. That's when I see this animal that looks like a hyena the size of a Fiat car come bluff charging out of the tree line. It darts out about 30 yards and then comes to a complete stop. The deer scatter off in all different directions, and I notice 2 of them take off heading north. Now, after that bluff charge, it retreats back into the wood lines. Then I hear this growl unlike anything I've ever heard coming from the tree line north of me. Those other 2 deers come darting out the woods, running side by side as fast as they can, and head south. As for me, I am sitting there completely shocked. Understand, not only have I been hunting since I was a little lad, but I've been in Gainesville, Florida my whole life and never seen anything like. Next thing I know, it sounds like 30 freaking grizzly bears tearing through the woods on that north side of the clearing. Then everything goes quiet. When I say quiet, I mean dead quiet. Not a sound in the woods. It stays that way for the next 45 minutes. And then finally I start to see squirrels running along the ground and hear birds chirping in the air. And listen to me when I say this to you, I have never in my entire life been afraid to climb down from a tree stand. That day, I was afraid. And when I finally mustered the nerve, 6 hours later, it was the most terrifying, harrowing walk back to my vehicle I've ever had. And not because I was seeing things or hearing things or anything was chasing after me. Just the knowledge that something like that existed in those woods scared the shit out of me. And I haven't been hunting there since.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's your boy, Dog Waters. And before I get started on this story, I need to address a few things because I read the comments and I realize that people don't know, and most times they don't pay attention. But we have our own website. It is iamdogwaters.com. Over there, you will find double the content that you are finding here. All you need to do is head on over and become a member. How do you become a member? It's really simple. You can sign up with PayPal. If you're a person that doesn't want to use PayPal, use Cash App. You get a steep discount for using Cash App. Both options are under the membership tab at the website. Now, second of all, if you're new here to the Dark Waters, you may not understand how we get down. And you need to understand that as you're swimming, there are levels to the waters. There are people who stay on the top of the water and they float around with their little floaties on their arms. There are people who've been with me since 100 subscribers and they have battleships and submarines. There are people who have been with me that are my Army and my Air Force. That's how long they've been with me, and those are the battles that they've been with me through. They don't have a problem with the things I say because they know that I'm not lying to them. But some of the new people, you're going to get your panties in a bunch. The Dark Waters may not be for you, and that's fine. No need to make a big deal. Go about your business. Nobody's going to be mad. Now, with that being said, for those of you who are new, who want to brave the deep dark waters, well, you're getting ready to learn how to swim right now because I'm about to share something pretty controversial. This gentleman who shared this story with me, these events happened over 2 years ago, and he started having these problems. When he had those problems, he reached out to the host of Dogman Encounters Radio, the one that everybody thinks is the best for whatever freaking reason. I have no clue. And I'm not hating, I'm just saying that it just doesn't make any sense. But he reaches out to that gentleman. They have a conversation. He's asking for advice. They go back and forth, telling what's going on the property. During that conversation, he starts talking about shooting the Dogman, and he's advised that he shouldn't. Now, pause right here. For the sake of not sounding hypocritical, I'm going to go over again the 3 criteria that I have said over 110 times on various interviews all over the globe. Number 1, when it comes to Dogman, they are vengeful, very crazy and vengeful. But these were the rules that I gave you. Number 1, don't go looking for Dogman. Number 2, if you find yourself in an area where there are Dogman, do nothing to aggravate, upset, or harm them. If you're in the area, back out and go on about your business. Number 3, I've said over and over, don't shoot Dogman. But I've always paraphrased that by saying this. However, if you find yourself in a situation where you have no choice but to defend yourself or your family, shoot them and try and knock their heads off. But, please remember and understand that these creatures have a very vicious nature. And once you assault them in any way, shape, or form, I don't care if you throw a rock at them, they will terrorize you and they will come back and they will give you the business. In the comments, if you heard me say this before, just type a 1 and make your comment after this. But this is what I've been telling people forever. Well, this gentleman has that conversation. They go back and forth, and once it's realized that he's not going to do an interview, he's abandoned, and he's left on his own. His wife tells him to reach out to me. They go back and forth. The Hot Pocket Army on the internet tells his wife and him that I'm a fraud, which is crazy, and they decide to take the advice of the king of Hot Pockets. And I've said it 1,000 times, like good counsel. When you have a situation, you seek good counsel. When I have situations that I can't figure out, I seek good counsel. These people didn't do that. And now you're going to find out what ended up happening. Didn't work out too well. Towards the end, finally came around to being himself. Things worked out, but boy, if you just had some good counsel from the beginning, shit would have been a whole lot easier. So I took that terrible advice not to shoot these dogmen. And in return, I found myself with 32 dead chickens, 2 missing dogs. And not only that, now my wife and 16-year-old daughter are so traumatized that they left the house and went to live with her sister. Now, if you thought that was bad, I find myself on this farm alone to ward off these creatures, and they have no fear of me whatsoever. It's 5 p.m. here in Southeast Texas, and there's a storm rolling in from the Gulf of Mexico. The power is expected to go out tonight in Hidalgo County. By sundown, the power is out, winds are howling. Frankly, I'm afraid. Every sound has me on edge as I sit in the living room, rifle clutched in hand. But it's hot and it's stuffy. Walking over to crack a window, lightning flashes, and I see one of those things standing in the rain looking in my direction. And I was praying that this storm would make them run for cover. But then, after that, on top of all the rest of the stuff going on, there's a tornado warning coming over the radio. And I say to myself, Lord, what else are you going to throw at me? How much more do you think I can take? Understand, the entrance to my storm cellar is outside, on the same side of the house where I just saw that creature. As the winds howl, this fear creeps into my spirit, and I'm petrified. But at the same time, something is saying, you have to go to the cellar. You can't stay here. It's too dangerous. Thunder rumbles, lightning flashes. Again, looking out of the window, it's gone. So I'll grab my radio, flashlight, and make a run for it. Out the front door, into the storm, down the steps, making a sharp right. Wind-driven rain pounds my face. Water accumulates on my glasses, each droplet making it harder and harder for me to see. When I get to the cellar door, this sense of relief comes over me for a moment. But then lightning flashes again. And I see one of them, no more than 50 yards away from me, low to the ground, stalking, looking directly at me. The feeling of relief you feel is now gone. Dread sinks in. As you open the cellar door, climb in, and struggle to close it. Wind's howling, wind so strong that I have to use my entire body to pull that door closed. All the while in the back of my mind, I know it was right there, stalking me. Wind finally gives way. The door closes, and I latch it from the inside. Turn and head down the stairs, only to be greeted by a thumping sound on the door. Trying to get in? Was it a piece of debris tossed by the wind? I chose to believe it was debris, because had I let my mind dwell on that, under these circumstances, me trapped below ground, the only thing separating me and them, this metal door, honestly, I may have taken my own life. It's just the wind, I said out loud, trying to comfort myself. It's just the wind. Focus, George. We need lights. Walking around, I find my disaster lamp, turn it on, and that light offers me comfort. But again, and again, there's this thump on the door. It's just the wind. But now I can hear the tornado. It sounds like a train is coming. Can't be too far off. It's too loud. Over the radio, they warn, take shelter immediately. So I sit there in a chair, terrified, for the next 45 minutes, water leaking through the cellar door, each drop reminding me of the maintenance that I should have done to it in the first place. So stressed, I lay on the floor, rifle in hand, looking at that door. I'm not going back out until the morning. Makes no sense, too risky. At least my family is not dealing with this. Small comfort to me under the circumstances, but comfort nonetheless.
That's when I think the stress got to me, because I passed out. When I awoke, it was 6 a.m. You could see the rays of sunlight coming through the cracks in the cellar doors. And with all the courage inside of me, I exited that cellar only to discover the damage that had been done to my farm. Devastating damage. My truck windows broken out, shingles missing from the roof, my barn torn into pieces, trees down all over the yard. It was right there in that moment that I heard my wife's voice saying, "We need to sell this place. We have enough money, babe. Let's just move, honey. It's not that important. Let's just move to the city." Listen to me, when I tell you in that moment, I almost made up my mind to say, fuck it, I'm selling this place. I don't want nothing else to do with it. But then I saw one of them step out from behind the grain silo, and I lost it. When I say I lost it, I lost it. Couldn't take it anymore, started shooting. The storm, the roof, the barn, the fear. Fuck it, this is my property, and I'm not leaving. Understand, these things are fast, insanely fast. But I know I hit it. Had to aim ahead of it a bit. But I know I hit it because it slowed down and darted off into the trees. Let me tell you something, I was determined. Nah, it wasn't determination, it was obsession. I was obsessed with making these things leave. Over the next few days and night while the power was out, I stood guard. If I heard a sound in the darkness, I shot in that direction. And in the middle of the night, I wanted to make a point to them. I was no longer afraid of them. So I went out into the darkness, flashlight in hand. And what I realized was, they were there, but they never came close. Like I said, it took 3 days before the power was restored. And by the time the power had come back on, I had shot 4 of them. Listen, I was told they couldn't be killed, but that was wrong. Bad information, because they bled. And if they could bleed, then they could be killed. Just as my confidence is rising, just as I'm ready to go to war with them, they disappear. Gone. Not a sight or a sound of them for days. Days turn into weeks, and I start to rebuild my farm, hire my help again. This time, with standing orders. Always be armed, always work in pairs. And if you see one of these creatures, kill it. Shoot it until you run dry, reload, and shoot again. After dealing with these dogmen for an extended period of time, I believe that they come across the border. And that if they can intimidate you and they're giving them an easy meal like my chickens, well, they're going to intimidate and terrorize you. But when they realize that you are willing to die in order to kill one of them, oh no, they're not so inclined to stick around. It's been 2 years since these incidents, and I've only seen them once, way on the backside of my property, nowhere near the house. And even then, we tried to kill him.
Bigfoot took my bitch. It was 2009 and a very, very exciting time for me in my life. I was less than 12 months from retiring from Pfizer Pharmaceuticals in New York. Now, I need you to understand something. Working in New York is very high paced, and being a pharmaceutical representative and then moving up to an executive is an extremely stressful job. It's never ending travel, constant hotel rooms, never having any peace, and always corporate drama. Every day someone's trying to stab you in your back. Luckily, I was able to survive it. So as I was coming up on retirement, I was ready to start my new life. My lifelong dream was to own a farm. So I go online shopping and find a foreclosed piece of farmland in Talladega County, Alabama. My objective, to grow and raise my own healthy, clean food and live out a great life. I took a week off of work using my sick days, flew down to Alabama, and closed on a deal. During the same week, I had contractors go out and give me estimates on renovating the little small farmhouse that was on the property, tree cutting services to cut down some of the trees that were too close to the house. It was going to be amazing. Keyword was. Looking back on it, I should have known there were some problems, because right after I went back to New York, I get a phone call from the very first contractor, and he says they're abandoning the job. When I asked him why, he said I had wild animals on the property and he didn't want his men in danger. So I go about hiring a second contractor. He gets to work. A month later, he's calling me saying the exact same thing,
There's wild animals on the property, and he doesn't know if he's going to be able to stay on that job unless his men are armed. Now pause. I need you to understand something. I need you to understand where my mind was at this point in time. The very first contractor, I gave him $20,000 to start the job. I thought the son of a bitch just ran off with the money. In my mind, there was no way that there was any type of wild animal that would run 5 grown men away from a property. Needless to say, when it was all said and done, I pursued him through the legal system to get that money back. Now, I got the second contractor coming to me telling me the exact same thing. So I decided I needed to put eyes on the property for myself. A week passes. I fly back into town, meet him at the property, and he's only got 2 men working there. One of the men comes out of the house, and he says, "Sir, you have some very, very big animals on this property that have been watching us from the woodlines." My question, what type of animal are you talking about? Are we talking about wolves, dogs, bears, coyotes, what? He says, "We're not sure, but I believe it's a sloth of bears." That led to a conversation between me and the contractor doing a change order on the contract that put up a temporary fence around the house, and things moved forward with no more problems. Several months pass, and I finally retire. Talk about excited. I get all my crap packed up in New York and move down to Alabama. And let me tell you, the first 30 days at that property was absolutely uneventful. Nothing exciting, nothing strange, nothing abnormal happened at all. But soon, things would take a turn for the worse. I had a cousin of mine over in Mississippi that bred dogs for a living. And being at that house was starting to get a little lonely. So I reached out to him and got me a female Rottweiler. She was a beautiful animal, and he promised me that when I traveled, no one would dare enter my house with her around. For the next month or so, the property was busy with workmen. Some building chicken coops, others running equipment, digging wells. I had solar panels installed. Things were coming around, and it was starting to look like what I envisioned of my dream house. Then one night, I'm home watching TV when Ruby starts growling, moving from room to room around the house. And oh girl, she was worked up. So I grabbed my shotgun and head out the back door to take a look. Through the darkness, I could see what looked like a tall person walking. He had just moved past the drill that they were using to dig the well. Then, he was going into the woodlines. I come back inside, close the door, and think to myself, what kind of drunk idiot walks around a man's property at 7 p.m., circles his house, then walks off? The rest of that night, it was quiet, and the next few days were the same. But then, stuff started to go haywire. It was a Thursday night, and this clunking sound starts, like someone's throwing something against my house. Now I'm thinking it's the boys from the property across the way. Earlier that week, I had a run-in with them at the dollar store. The fucker swings open his car door, bangs into my brand new F-150 and chips the paint. We exchange words, and he says, "We know where you live. Don't make us come pay you a visit." This kid was a total asshole, and he had 2 of his friends egging him on. So I'm thinking, that's who this is outside my house. I hear another thud against the house, and I'm like, oh, these motherfuckers getting on my nerves. So I decide I'm going to open the door and let Ruby out. Maybe she'll scare him off. I walk over, open the front door, let her out, then turn to go to the bedroom and put on my tennis shoes, just in case I need to chase one of these little bastards down. But as I'm putting my right shoe on, Ruby starts to bark and growl. I mean super aggressive. I'm thinking to myself, shit, she's going to bite one of these little kids' heads off. So I take off running out of the house, one shoe on and one shoe in the other hand. I head down the porch, make a left, headed to the side of the house, and that's when I see it. This thing standing there, 8 to 9 feet tall, 400 pounds of muscle, and my dog is circling it and growling. Shock, awe, fear, I felt it all in that moment. So I race back into the house to get my shotgun. I'm gone no more than 45 seconds at the most. When I get back outside, there's another one of these things coming out of the tree line. I fire a shot in the air. That's when this thing looks over at me, raises its arm in the air, and wham, with this chopping motion, knocks Ruby on top of the head, and my dog falls to the ground. And this happened so fast, it was just frightening. Then it grabs my dog by her hind leg, picks her up, and runs off. Listen, by the time my brain processed what happened, this thing was gone. I go inside and call the sheriff's office. A deputy comes out, and I tell him what happened. He says, Mr. Jeffries, he says, you do realize that your property butts right up against the Talladega National Forest, right? You're going to need a lot more than one dog. He goes on to tell me that the last landowner gave up on this property after something tried to take his granddaughter off the porch. I had that property for a little bit more than a year and a half when I finally decided that I needed to sell it. And the straw that broke the camel's back was that I came home one day and my back door had been ripped off the hinges and thrown into the woods.
Simple Jack, yeah, you went all out on that one, huh? You did. Really swung for the fences.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, yeah. Yeah, it was an intense experience. You know, I just did the work. Watched a lot of retarded people. Spent time with them, observed them. Watched all the retarded stuff they did. But, you know, there were times when I was doing Jack that I actually felt retarded, like really retarded.
Damn.
In a weird way, I had to sort of just free myself up to believe that it was okay to be stupid or dumb.
To be a moron.
Yeah.
To be moronical.
Exactly. To be a moron.
An imbecile.
Yeah.
Not the dumbest motherfucker that ever lived. Stupid ass Jack.
By the end of the whole thing, I was like, wait a minute, you know? I flushed so much out, how am I gonna jumpstart it up again? It's just like...
Yeah,
right?
You was farting in bathtubs and laughing your ass off.
Yeah. I mean, it was just really it was crazy.
It's like working with mercury. You're serious? You don't know. Everybody knows you never go full retard.
What do you mean?
You went full retard, man. Never go full retard.
Going straight to the sky, let me see you put your hands up. Cause we do till we die and we on another level.
So I want to be clear. Not all paranormal and cryptic groups are custom shit shows. But the one I was in was full of assholes and cult members. Listen, I just wanted to share my story and try and get answers. But when I started to share the details about my experience, the eye shine, height, weight, color, next thing I knew I was invited to a closed group. And after that, I get like 15 Facebook friend requests. Listen, I should have known something was off immediately because they started telling me that I needed to interview. And I was constantly getting messages. Have you had any more activity? Are you going to do the interview? I mean, real pushy behavior. And then when I told one of them I started having some strange occurrences right around my house, they went absolutely crazy. It was like I was being swarmed by this hive of bees. It quickly moved to them asking me to go back to the location where I had my encounter and get evidence. And when I said no, then they really turned aggressive. This one girl, Christina with a K, who later I learned was actually a man, sends me a message saying, "We know where you live based on your Facebook check-ins, and we'll come and find it ourselves." I'm thinking to myself, man, hold the fuck up. This is not what I signed up for. All I wanted to do was tell my story and get a few questions answered. Then, simultaneously, all 15 of them, blocked me. Listen, my Dogman encounter was scary, but it wasn't horror movie scary. And listen, prior to having my encounter, I didn't know much about Dogman at all. Anyway, listen to this. I'm out hunting, right? As I normally do, my same hunting ground. And I stumble upon this mining tunnel that I had never seen before. Now granted, there's a whole bunch of tunnels in this area. It's just this particular one I had never seen before. So I had no fear of it. I decided to start poking around a bit. When I get right to the entrance, it smells like wet dog, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, maybe the coyotes have made a den in here, so I go on about my business. That evening, when I get through hunting and I'm headed back to my vehicle, I see this giant wolf down on all fours coming out of that tunnel. It comes out, sniffs the air, and takes off running into the woods like a freaking bolt of lightning. Now, of course I was scared out of my mind because I've never seen a wolf the size of a freaking bull. But it ignores me, goes on about its business, does absolutely nothing to me. For all I knew, it could have had a dental appointment. Now, I go home, which is about 10 miles away, counting my lucky stars that things turned out the way they did. Later that night, I end up leaving the house, headed to my truck to get a pack of cigarettes. That's when I see this eye shine across the road in the trees. Then this wolf steps out onto the roadway, standing on its hind legs, and looks at me. And I'm telling you, this thing wanted me to see it. It stood there long enough for me to understand what the hell was going on. Its fur was black, and I'm not talking about regular black. I'm talking about so black that the light from the street lamp was absorbed into its fur. Then it turns and walks away. Now I took it as a warning. The animal actually said, hey, you came to my house, I'm coming to yours, and now we're even. But I still wanted to know more about it. And that's how I ended up in that freaking Facebook group. But the scenario I found myself in after seeing this creature was all fucked up. I get threatened by these strangers that they're going to come to my area looking for Dogman. A week later, I'm at the grocery store, and this guy walks up to me and says, hey, Gabe, then walks past me. And listen to me when I tell you, I've never seen this man before in my life. Now get this, I go hunting a few days later, I'm out in the woods, and guess who I bump into with two other guys? These motherfuckers are out there canvassing the woods less than 10 miles away from my house. Listen to me. Honestly, I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to shoot all three of these motherfuckers because I knew it was them from the Facebook group, and when I asked them about it, not one of them could look me in my eye. So I decided the best thing to do was to tell them exactly what the fuck they wanted. So I walked them directly over to the entrance of that tunnel. And get this, these three jackasses, even though I've clearly explained to them what I experienced, not one of them was armed. These idiots are just prancing around in the woods like I'm lying. And now listen to me, I'm gonna tell you just like I told the sheriff, the last time I saw those three assholes were right there at the entrance to that tunnel. Now later that night I hear sirens and a helicopter, but I'm watching TV, whatever, it's none of my fucking business. 3 days later I bump into John, one of my neighbors from up the street who's a sheriff in town. I'm at the bar smoking a cigarette, drinking whiskey. He and I start to catch up. He asks me about my family, how things are going. I ask him about his job, and he says everything was going well until a couple of days ago. And he tells me about these three fools that he had to carry to the hospital and how one of them had to be flown out by a helicopter because something picked him up and slammed him up against a tree, fracturing his spine. John goes on to explain to me that he's not sure what the hell got a hold of these fellas, but it did a number on them, and one of them lost an arm. Now, you know how they say honesty is the best policy, right? Well, this is where I fucked up, because John's my neighbor, and I told him, well, man, I think I know the three guys you're talking about, and I tell him the entire story about Facebook and Dogman, the whole thing. He's sitting there looking at me like I'm absolutely insane. Next thing you know, the sheriff wants me to come down for questioning and the assault of these three assholes. And like I said before, what I told the sheriff was I left their stupid asses right there at the entrance to that mining tunnel. Listen to me when I tell you, they questioned me for over an hour, asking me how I know these guys from Ohio, what was the name of the Facebook group. Listen, this shit turned out to be way worse than my Dogman encounter. Listen to me, when I leave the sheriff's office, I'm pissed. I didn't invite those assholes to come here. Now I'm being questioned in their assault? So now, fuck that, I'm back on Facebook trying to find them. And like I said before, all 15 of those people blocked me, but when I go back to the original group where I met them, I've been booted out of that fucking group. Man, please listen to what I'm saying to you. Yes, I saw Dogman, and things turned out fine. But the biggest mistake I made was opening my fucking mouth about it. Because had I said absolutely nothing at all, the only thing that would have transpired was I went to its house, it came to my house, and that would have been it. There would have been no sheriff involved, no hour-long interrogation. If I can give you a piece of advice, it's this. Be careful who you accept a friend request from. And go inside of your Facebook profile and turn off your check-ins. Because these bitches out here are crazy over Dogman.
Let me keep it 100 with you. I've been in and out of prison since I was a kid. And that simple statement may make you think that I'm some kind of bad guy. But the truth is, I'm not really bad. I just made a hell of a lot of bad choices. I never murdered or attempted to murder anyone. In fact, my problem has always been I was just flat fucking broke. When I was 19 years old, I joined a very, very popular biker gang. Now, when I joined the gang, I didn't have money for the bike. So the first thing I had to do was hustle up $15K for a used Harley. And I got that $15,000 from a series of robberies. And no, I wasn't robbing soccer moms. I robbed the crooked-ass police that was moving drugs through the state of Nevada. Now, I'm sure you're thinking, what the fuck does all this have to do with Bigfoot? But I'm going to get there. Give me a second. So, the jobs that I worked took a total of $120,000. But I only kept 20. The rest was pushed up to my bosses. And I really wasn't supposed to keep that 20, but I figured, fuck it. I put in all the work, so I should get what I need out of this situation. About a week after I'd done those jobs, one of the dirty cops got killed. Now, I ain't have a goddamn thing to do with that. But if you know anything about cops, when one of them gets nicked, they all go ape shit crazy. And they crack down hard on all the biker gangs. And eventually, one of our rival gangs started snitching. Point fingers. You know how it goes. And within 72 hours of them starting to snitch, police started rounding people up. And my name was dropped. I get a call from one of the bosses. And he's like, yo, you've been made. I need you to lay low. So I decided the best place for me to lay down was this cabin in the woods I had visited years and years ago when I was selling a little coke. When I arrived, the place was fucked up, dusty, rats and roaches everywhere. But it was better than going to prison. Or worse, getting killed by the police. I only told one person where I was going, and that was boss. So I'm there, and about 2 or 3 weeks pass. No problems whatsoever. Outside of me born out of my mind, no cell phone, no computer, I'm just isolated in the woods. By the 4th week, I had ran out of food and water, so I had to run in town. While I was there, I borrowed the cell phone and called to check in and see what was going on. That's when I learned 2 more crooked cops had been killed. And my name was dropped again. That's when he told me, look, you need to stay put. Because if they find you, they gonna kill you. It was 2 weeks after that phone call that I had my first encounter with Bigfoot. I'm sitting on the steps, smoking a cigarette, when I hear something moving in the trees. And then it sounded like somebody was taking a piss. But this wasn't like normal. This was loud, like someone had turned on a water hose or something. Now I'm thinking somebody done followed me up here in these woods, or Boston sent somebody to spy on me, and I just so happen to be out here catching them while they taking a piss. So I sneak around the side of the cabin and into the woods, take a closer look. And that's when I saw it. This thing was 9 feet tall, covered in black fur or hair or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But it was kind of sparse and blotchy on the chest where you can see these huge pectoral muscles. And it was standing there holding the stick, taking a piss. And I'm thinking to myself, fuck me, man, what is this? And his dick looked like a fucking Lysol spray can. Shocked and confused, I took a step back, my foot just barely pressing down on the leaves. This thing looks up right into my eyes, and it looked confused, like it didn't expect me to be there. Then it grunted and walked off. Later that night, I heard it walking around outside the cabin, but there was no way in hell I was going outside in the dark. But for the next few days, it kind of hung around, coming and going, never doing anything aggressive, but it was getting a little bit too close for comfort, so I decided to leave. Now this is the crazy thing. The day I left, I'm driving out of the woods. When I look through my rear view mirror, there are 4 of these things. A smaller one on the roof of the cabin, a big one standing next to a tree, and 2 others that stepped out of the woods right where I had just gotten in the car. That's when I realized if I had decided to be aggressive and shoot that big one that I saw, I probably wouldn't have made it out of there alive. Now, as far as the rest of my story goes, I made it all the way to Houston, Texas. And then my bad luck with the law caught up with me again. I got caught up in a strip club raid, and the next thing I knew, I was on my way back to Nevada. I beat the case because I was in Houston when 3 more of the cops got killed. Word on the streets was that they had fucked up with the Italian mob. and the hits were retribution. But I did spend a few months in prison for possession of the drugs I had on me that night in the club. That was nothing. I'm just happy I didn't fuck with them damn Bigfoots.
There is a place located in the heart of Michigan where crystal clear streams and lakes still teem with fish and wildlife. A destination where families and friends enjoy hours of fun paddling or tubing the Muskegon River. This place is a trailhead for cyclists, off-road vehicles, and snowmobilers to enjoy epic rides on seemingly endless trails and back roads. This is a town where people work hard every day to support our growing local business community. This vibrant small town is where a warm smile and friendly service are still a way of life. This place, not too far away, is where friends gather year-round. Where is this place? This is Everett, your place to live, work, and play.
It was 2014, my senior year at Everett High School. It was around that time that I really got into motorbikes. I started fixing them, and every weekend my friends and I would go out for a ride on the ORV trails just outside of the city. It was on one of these trails that I had my first Dogman encounter. Picture this. It's a bright and sunny Saturday, and we've been riding the trails all day long. All of us were running low on gas, so we needed to make it back to the parking lot and refuel and start all over again. While we're standing there, I realized that I need to do a number 1 and a number 2. I told them to leave, and I'll meet them back at the trailer. Looking around, there was a tree off to the left side of the trail, so I walk over and start handling my business behind this tree. I would say 45 seconds into me starting to relieve myself, I hear what sounds like something running down the bike trail. Now, I couldn't see, but whatever it was running on all fours, and it was moving pretty quickly, headed in the same direction my friends had gone. I thought nothing of it, finished relieving myself, and headed back to my bike. The minute I sat down on my bike, I got struck with a case of bubble guts again. Had to go back over to another tree and relieve myself again. And the way my stomach was feeling at that moment, I didn't know if I was up for the bumpy ride all the way back to the parking lot. I finished using the restroom again. I head back to my bike. Now with my stomach and my guts all twisted in knots and feeling freaky, I decided it's best that I just take my time and ride the path slowly. And if you ever been on any ORV trail on a motorcycle, you know it's super bumpy. So I'm riding along and I get to the slope where you got to head down, and then there's a sharp right turn and you start going into some trees. Where at the top of the slope, you can see this open field with a house further off in the distance. I look into that field and I see this gigantic dog. Now it was big, probably one of the biggest dogs I ever seen, but it was so far away that I thought absolutely nothing of it. And I proceed to ride on. Now I'm going down that slope, taking my time, trying not to bounce myself around too much, and I get to the bottom where I need to turn right and go into the trees. Right as I get to the bottom and start to make that right turn and head in between two trees, I get a feeling that I need to look behind me. So I glance back over my left-hand shoulder into that field, and this dog is making a beeline for me. Now this thing is still pretty far away, but it's hauling ass coming straight at me. So I hit the gas and start to speed up, thinking, okay, there's no way that a dog can catch me on this motorbike. I accelerate to about 35, 45 miles an hour going down this trail, and I'm thinking to myself, there's no way that this dog is going to run me down. So at that point in time, I was comfortable at that speed, and it was relatively easy to navigate the trail. About 2.5 minutes pass, and I'm coming up on this section of the trail that's just steeped in mud. You go down this sharp little decline and then bam, straight into the mud for about 25 yards. So I punch it, heading into the mud spewing and spilling everywhere, and some of it gets on my goggles. As I go to wipe with my left hand and take it off the steering wheel, I look over, and this dog is barreling down on me. And I get a damn good glimpse at this thing. Brown and black, kind of matted, overgrown hair. It looked like a German Shepherd, but it was way bigger than any German Shepherd I'd ever seen in my life. And it had the hugest mass of muscle that I'd ever seen next to his head, and it rose up like a gigantic lump on its back. And when I say this thing is barreling towards me, it's coming.
So now, man, I'm completely freaking out. I punch it as hard as I can. Now I'm going about 50 miles an hour down this trail, and it's taking all of my concentration to stay on the path. That's when this thing passes me up, jumps across the trail in front of me, then slows down and runs right next to me, pacing my motorcycle. And I'm starting to freak out. I glance over and take another look at it, and it's the biggest fucking dog I've ever seen in my life. It slows down, jumps across the trail behind me, and comes up on the other side of me. It was like this thing was toying with me, playing, having fun. And it kept doing this shit. It would run ahead of me, jump across the trail, and then slow down and get right next to me and look over at me, then jump, run ahead, jump over, and then run ahead again, jump over. It was like it was having fun. After it did this about 6 or 7 times, I realized that this thing wasn't a danger to me, because if it wanted to get me, it was moving fast enough where it could have jumped up and bit me off of that bike, but it didn't. So I slowed down to about 45 miles an hour so I wouldn't ram into a tree and kill myself. This went on for about a solid mile. This thing just pacing alongside of me, running behind me, passing me up, but it was huge. I'm talking about at least 350 pounds. Then, just as sudden as it came in my direction, I saw it up ahead of me, stop moving. Its ears shot straight up into the air. And it turned its head and looked back in the other direction and took off in a beeline, straight through the trees. Almost as if someone or something was calling it. When I got back to the parking lot where my friends were, they were gassed up and ready to go again. And I'm telling them, I'm not going back on that trail today. There was this big-ass German Shepherd, bigger than any dog that I've ever seen, pacing me and lapping me while I was riding on a bike. One of my friends thought I was joking. The other one was like, no, man, I've heard about that. I've heard about these big dogs and these big wolves in the area, man, that chase after people on their bikes. I just never saw one of them. Now, for the record, I want to state this and be clear about this. Am I 100% certain that this was the Dogman that everybody's talking about? No. But I know there's no German Shepherds that's 350 plus pounds running around with massive muscles on each shoulder and a huge ridge on their back. I know I've never seen anything like that. And on top of that, this thing wasn't violent or belligerent like a lot of these stories people tell. If it wanted to get me, it could have got me. To me, it seemed like me and the motorbike were just a toy, and it was playing around. It never snapped at me, it never growled at me, nothing. It just ran and lapped me and played around and went on about its business. I don't even know if this qualifies as a Dogman encounter, but what I can tell you is that was the biggest damn dog I've ever seen.
At the time this happened, I would say I was a bit of a normie. And what I mean by that is, I thought life was normal.